Well, kia ora everyone. I can see that everyone is starting to file in now, so we'll just get started just to go through some housekeeping and whatnot. So, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Mercedes taku ingoa, no mai, haere mai. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the New Zealand Research Software Engineers Conference for 2025. My name is Mercedes Randall, and I co-chair the RSE AU Steering Committee, as well as serve as a research communities advisor at REANZ. I'd like to extend a warm welcome and thank you for taking your time to join us for these next 2 days. Before we get started, I would like to open with a karakia, and I invite you all to join. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ke uta, kia mā taratara ke tai. Ihi ake ana te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hohu, tihe, mori ora. I now have a video from Blair, who is the head of advanced computing and data services at REANZ before we begin, just as a welcome.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Blair, ahau. No Rians, ototahi, ahau. A warm welcome to everyone joining us for this year's NZRSE conference. I'm Blair Bethwaite, and on behalf of the entire team at REANZ, I'm really excited to have you all here, connecting from spots across Aotearoa and even further afield. Over the next couple of days, we've had a fantastic program lined up, inspiring keynotes, practical workshops, and crucial networking opportunities with professionals who share our passion for research excellence in research software. Looking through the schedule, it's clear there are some powerful themes emerging. A major focus this year is the transformative impact of artificial intelligence. We'll be exploring everything from the influence of large language models in agentic development to the practicalities of integrating AI models into research software and deploying RAG LLM chatbots for researchers. We'll also look ahead at how AI is actively shaping the future of scientific software. Of course, these advanced tools rely on the foundational pillars of our work. The program is rich with sessions on core practices, including programming and high-performance computing environments, leveraging container technology for complex deployments, and managing research data across diverse organizations. But this event is about more than just technology. It's about the people and our profession. I'm especially looking forward to the Birds of a Feather sessions, where we'll discuss building essential software engineering skills for researchers and, just as importantly, focus on celebrating the people and diversity within our research software community. A special thanks to our fantastic speakers, the organising committee, and everyone attending. Your support and enthusiasm make this event what it is. So thank you for bringing your insights. I encourage you all to make the most of our time together through collaboration, fresh ideas, and real connections. To kick things off, I'll hand over to Mercedes, who'll guide us through the opening session. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Before we dive in, I would also just like to recognize you may have seen that NZRSE has been transitioning out and has become REANZ. I'd like to acknowledge the name change because as of July 1st, NZRSE has officially transitioned to be hosted by REANZ, New Zealand's Advanced Research and Education Network. This marks an exciting new chapter, strengthening our connection with the infrastructure institutions and people supporting research across the country. It is a move that aligns strongly with our shared mission to enable research excellence through technology, software, and people. So I'd like to take us through some quick housekeeping. Firstly, can we please ensure all microphones are muted throughout the session unless you are a presenter? You can unmute as needed throughout the Q&A sessions. We are camera flexible, so feel free to have your camera on or off throughout the session, but please just be aware that the session is recorded. If you have any questions, please pop them into the chat and a chair or a moderator will get to these throughout the day. For any troubleshooting, as we're using Zoom, we do suggest checking your settings, refreshing your Zoom, or switching devices. Alternatively, Zoom does have their own troubleshooting accessible on the website. This is our first year using Zoom, so please forgive us in advance if there are any technical issues. If you are presenting, please ensure your Zoom is up to date and that your sharing settings will allow for share screen on the device that you are using. If you do experience any technical issues throughout, please let us know in the chat or via email. You can use my personal email, which I'll be monitoring throughout the conference, which is up on the slide and will be on slides throughout the conference. We also have a code of conduct in place to ensure everyone feels respected and welcomed. So please take a moment to review it through the QR code. Alternatively, you can access the RSE conference website. We ask all attendees and speakers to follow this code throughout the event to help create a positive and inclusive environment. Now, as you all know, this year we do not have a theme, and it has been allowed for a wide range of submissions throughout different industries, and we have an exciting lineup of talks ahead. If you haven't already, I encourage you to review the program on the conference website, and I'd like to give a special thanks to our keynote speakers, Nick Jones and Dr. Emily Carl. Nick will be delivering his keynote just after this welcome session at 9 a.m. And Emily's keynote will take place tomorrow morning at 9:05 a.m., both of which are going to be great. If you have any questions now, please just let me know in the Q&A box and I'll get to them either now if they're urgent or when the first session starts. Okay, it looks like there's no questions that have come through. Thank you for your attention, and I hope you enjoy the conference program and networking with your peers throughout the next 2 days. I'll be handing over to Nisha, who'll be chair for this morning's first session, which is set to begin in 4 minutes at 9 o'clock. So until then, just make yourselves comfortable, and we'll kick off the conference with our first keynote session shortly.
Thanks, Mercedes.
It is 9, and we can officially begin. Make sure that Nick has all the time to get through his slides. So hi, Mai, Morena Tato. I'm Nisha, a Research Communities Advisor training at RIANS. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome our first keynote for NZRSE 2025, Nick Jones. Nick is the Director of Digital Research, Innovation and AI at the University of Auckland. He has been a leader in developing New Zealand's e-science infrastructure and national initiatives in advanced computational tools and research collaborations. With a background in technology strategy and computer science, Nick brings extensive governance and advisory experience and a strong focus on participative leadership and digital innovation and science. And all of these are things that you would know from his bio, which is already up on the website. But on a personal level, apart from being an approachable leader in the space, I can speak from experience having worked under his directorate. Nick is also somebody who's very passionate about supporting early career researchers through their journey in software and innovation. And without further ado, please join me in welcoming and passing on the metaphorical mic to Nick.
Kia ora, Nisha. Thank you for that. Kia ora koutou, everyone. Ko Nick Jones, taku ingoa. Thanks to Nisha and Mercedes and everyone else involved for the invitation to talk with you all today. Make sure I don't get any pop-ups on my screen there. I think I'm looking at the audience here. There's probably more familiar names and some faces, but I'm probably also new to some of you. So it might be useful just to introduce myself, and I probably will try not to repeat too much of what you've just said, Nisha. So my background is in technology strategy and diffusion alongside computer science. Initially, I built and then commercialized knowledge management and assessment platforms in academia. Then about 20 years ago, I became involved in the early stages of national research computing. We'd had a false start at national investment in the late 1980s. And while that period ultimately laid the foundations for the public internet in New Zealand, advanced research networks and research HPC didn't survive. Over 15 years later, we were having another go. In 2006, the government invested in the Karen network. I joined the sector, this part of the sector, as the second director of BestGrid in 2007, and subsequently became the founding director of NZRSE, funded in 2010, up and running by 2011. We're almost 15 fairly interesting years later, and as of the 30th of June, I've completed my time with NZRSE. We've successfully transitioned NZRSE's people and platforms into ongoing operations by RIANS, and we can chat about that a bit later. As of now, I'm 2 months in with a newly established role and team at Auckland, where I'm the Director of Digital Research, Innovation and AI, along with a fantastic group of ex-NZRSE colleagues. In establishing this new team, Auckland considered both its ongoing support for national capability in RIANS, alongside key areas that could contribute to Auckland's strategies for e-research and its research AI plan. This resulted in a small group of people being retained who work close to researchers in partnership with iwi and have a track record in building genomic data platforms and developing researcher AI capability. As a team, often we're bridging between research and the development of emerging research-led products and platforms. And I'll just take a moment to whakamana my colleagues in the Indigenous space. The Maori-led initiative, Rakiora Precision Genomics Research Platform, is a testament to what can be achieved by working together and bound by tikanga. And we're looking forward to broadening its application and use across communities. So with that background, today I'll take a look at AI infrastructure for science. And I know I'm in a community here of experts, and I've had a look at the program, and there's an impressive number of talks that are exploring AI. So just to note that while I make reference to various forms of AI throughout this talk, this isn't an AI methods talk. And just acknowledging that while generative AI has been the catalyst for the current energy around AI, as with any emerging technology, we're still mostly using the previous generations while preparing for an as yet anticipated future. While we're doing that, we do need to ensure the trust built in narrow AI isn't undermined in spaces where we need reliability by applying generative AI without careful evaluation. So we're all overwhelmed with the rapid evolution of artificial intelligence. So much to know, so little time. I want to start with a focus on this super interesting work. It's from last year by expat New Zealander Ian Foster and colleagues. They used the semantics scholar from the Allen AI Institute and looked at mentions of machine learning and AI across many, many scientific domains since 1985. This is the aggregate rate of mentions over that time. If we look across many fields of science, we see the same pattern. It's ubiquitous across domains. What's notable is the exponential increase over the last 10 years. While the starting point differs, as does the degree of change in each field, yet the pattern is common. This is not a narrow phenomenon. It's a very broad phenomenon, and it will lift everybody up. So how are nations responding to this enormous surge of AI in science? How are they organizing themselves, and to what ends? National responses to AI have been taking shape for some years. There's the example of the Department of Energy labs in the US, with the first exascale AI supercomputers, which typically cost of the order 500 million US dollars. Research arms of government everywhere around the world are investing heavily in the infrastructure and workforce for AI. Their research institutions and sectors are organizing into clusters around AI, incentivized to operate cohesively. Research institutions typically have a visible overarching AI research center or institute, often comprised of the many smaller specialist groups and labs, and they provide them the infrastructure to support AI for science. Here we're looking at the case of the Swiss. Now they have a 30-year history of national supercomputing across 10 systems, and their most recent supercomputer, ALPS, is an AI supercomputer with 10,700 GPUs. It cost about 100 million in Swiss francs, and that's about 210 million New Zealand dollars. It consumes about, in New Zealand dollars, 32 million per annum in power and energy costs alone. Now, luckily, it's water cooled and 100% hydro powered. It's also radically different in design and performance to anything else they've previously built. They've just released their own Swiss large language model, and they're one of several nations investing in this goal. And for those thinking sovereign models are the exclusive ambition of high GDP nations, India, Ukraine, Turkey, Kazakhstan, and others are all following the same route. So let's take a look a little bit closer to home. Let's look at Australia. Last year, my colleagues leading HPC and e-research centres and institutes came together to characterise their Australian situation. Australia has a long history of HPC investments dating back to the 1960s. A majority share of their current AI GPU investment sits in the national HPC centres, though institutional and mid-tier investments are a substantial resource for Australian researchers too, representing about 43% of the national GPU resource. In Australia, they see a multi-tiered computing environment. Local clusters serve as development platforms. Institutional facilities support moderate scale with frequent access or specialized configurations. National facilities deliver peak capabilities for large scale. They see it as a complementary computational ecosystem, a sophisticated response to diverse needs. It offers flexible pathways from method development to production research, and is seen as particularly valuable for computationally intensive domains like climate modeling, genomics, and AI itself, where research workflows may span multiple computational scales. Well, that was last year. A few weeks ago, Monash announced a major new institutional investment, a specialised AI GPU supercomputer. At 60 million Australian, it's a bigger investment than the most recent refresh of the National Supercomputer Guardian at NCI, which was about 40 million Australian. Monash have a long history of HPC, of high performance computing, including the current massive 3 HPC systems, which supports analysis of data coming off the synchrotron beamlines. It's interesting to note that this scale of investment will land the most advanced GPUs available with huge performance gains over the current generation, as shown in this graph. Their strategy involves working with international partners, combining expertise to strengthen capabilities right across the research and development pipeline. They aim to be at the forefront of shaping the future of research based on AI. One thing that's quite radical about the system is it doesn't use a traditional HPC operating model. It's the first academic research supercomputer I've seen which is based on cloud containers. This means it operates like the rest of the cloud, providing minimal friction in translating all of the industry-led AI developments into deployment for their researchers. So I think this heralds a change in the computing platforms of the future, with high-performance cloud containerization a core skill set for use of AI computing resources. Monash's initial focus is life sciences, and I see shortly after they announced this investment, they appointed Giuseppe Barker. So Giuseppe is a trailblazer in HPC, AI, and quantum molecular simulations, and he spoke with us earlier this year at our eResearch NZ meeting. And he's got a promising early stage deep tech spin out and drug discovery, and he joins a pharmaceutical ecosystem at Monash that is world class. So, by comparison, in New Zealand, we have made fairly minimal investment, which is not surprising given our history. We're perhaps providing local researchers with less than 10% of the GPU per researcher available to our Australian colleagues. And we have less nationally than any of the top 10 institutions do in Australia individually. It feels a little bit like the beginning of our HPC journey. We currently have a small and fragmented research AI infrastructure that is struggling to establish itself. For the few labs and teams at the edge with small-scale resources, there's enough to bring students through and build capabilities and show impact. And there is very interesting work underway. There are those making use of the limited national suite of GPUs, though there is a strong existing HPC simulation community lining up for the same resources. Right now, as researchers are starting to try out Gen AI models, memory requirements for loading open models result in only the smaller models being viable in most systems. To load a useful scale of model requires substantial hardware and in particular virtual GPU memory. In NZRSE and RIANS, there are a few nodes that are capable of supporting these larger models, though they're often full. It's worth commenting briefly on some of the newer use cases for these AI supercomputers. Alongside Argonne's Aurora, which is a 63,744 GPU AI supercomputer, are another 2,500 GPUs available for Argonne and Chicago researchers. They've dedicated some of these resources to support emerging demand in Gen AI. Here's a list of 28 open models currently deployed on Argonne's Sophia HPC system. They keep popular models loaded as it takes 10 to 15 minutes to load a model into memory, and often the research use cases are interactive and need to be highly responsive. They keep 5 of these models permanently loaded, and there's another 3 which can be scheduled by researchers. Open models offer enormous opportunity for researchers, whether to fine-tune or augment to support domain-specific needs, or as a service for agentic tasks or research software engineering or coding. And I'm sure a lot of you are very heavily involved already. Meanwhile, on Aurora, Argonne are building up their capability to train a foundation model, Aurora GPT, supported by a team of about 8 AI engineers and led by a team of scientists. The number of models solving for more general problems is staggering, and the rapid rise of open models that can be run locally is creating a vibrant and innovative ecosystem. While some of the tougher science problems aren't solvable in this current wave, there's no doubt solutions will emerge, likely at an unexpected rate in time. The exponential rate at which models are becoming more capable, while also becoming exponentially cheaper to use, is driving rapid adoption and experimentation. AI models are becoming an integrated part of the AI infrastructure value chain, just like open source scientific software is for HPC. So speaking of HPC, I'll touch briefly on NZRSE. NZRSE's original mission was around HPC, which traditionally has been CPU-centric, as you can see here. Over the period 2012 to 2025, HPC usage on NZRSE grew about 1,500%. We would see rapid growth with new platforms, and usually within a couple of years, we'd be full again, while we'd operate assets for 6+ years. We were aware institutions and research teams would buy their own local equipment to ensure they could gain priority access and have the freedom to experiment. GPU arrived a little later in NZRSE, and with the first wave of big data science, for years we saw little use. Scientific software packages hadn't been rewritten to take advantage of GPU acceleration, and most of our scientists didn't have big data science skills. By 2023, we started to see signs of stronger uptake. Traditional simulation codes had been rewritten, so much of the growth was numerical simulation. There had been a constant smaller level of machine learning and some deep learning and NLP on NZRSE. Over the most recent years, we invested heavily in new AI training resources and outreach to further develop AI use cases in supporting environments. So as I noted earlier, this feels a lot like the early days of HPC. We can see the emerging use of GPU for AI, which carries huge potential for growth in the years ahead. I won't go into any more depth on the NZRSE platforms, which are now the ReANZ platforms. That's a different talk. I will say that as we finalised the transition to ReANZ, we were also completing a complete overhaul and relocation of the NZRSE infrastructure. So we now have a strong, scalable national foundation of advanced computing in ReANZ, including HPC and also a research cloud and a fresh batch of advanced GPU, alongside a team that are brilliantly talented and friendly, providing the additional skills, training and support for deploying software and workflows to power your research. And let's not forget, all of this requires people. There are a few research groups with substantial AI expertise across the sector, several brilliant examples at this meeting. However, they probably won't be able to do AI for the rest of us. And while there are powerful products and tools coming, this is a complex technology to work with, not least as it's computational, and the methods and tools require significant depth of understanding to use appropriately. To remain relevant in science, we need a substantial lift in AI GPU resources available to researchers across all disciplines. Alongside that, we need to grapple with the changes needed in our own skills and expertise, and reckon with the structures into which we could organise that could result in better outcomes. Perhaps our reformed science system offers a new path forward. I'm encouraged to see the announcement from our universities and public research organisations a month ago, titled A New Era of Public Science Collaboration. Their opening commitment offers a promise. They say, "We will transform the way we collaborate across the system through deepening existing connections, greater sharing of resources and infrastructure, and maximising the benefits from the new system structures and system governance." And they refer to the Prime Minister's Science, Innovation and Technology Advisory Council. And we've seen just last week the most recent announcement around AI investment. And that's probably too fresh to comment on right now, but it's looking like a peak investment and perhaps 5 seed investments that will develop towards a platform over time. And I'd be interested to talk about that with anyone after the talk. So I wonder if there is a leadership role in AI for the newly emerging Institute for Advanced Technology. They're certainly going to be doing that through this most recent fund. A research-intensive home, which can coordinate supercomputing, AI, and the future quantum computing, science-led and at scale. We certainly need to grow AI expertise and capability within our research teams and provide them the productivity and innovation that comes from advanced AI infrastructure. We can also look to our international partners. So I'll take a moment to highlight the Trillion Parameter Consortium as one example. TPC is a global consortium of AI researchers involved in large scientific model development. It's founded by the major international supercomputing centres. They have the infrastructure at scale to train frontier models in science and domain-specific foundation models. Through TPC and working with these international colleagues and with access to their facilities, there are contributions we can make and opportunities we can avail ourselves of. A key belief within TPC is that science needs to play an active role in generative AI. So they're working together to understand and make progress on the end-to-end requirements to develop foundation models. There already exists text and code that are commonly used to train foundation models. So they're working together globally to identify the scientific and engineering data sets that are missing, along with any other data to support sovereign interests. The intention is to work together in various areas of common interest to develop these foundation model pipelines, or to tune and adapt them into downstream models for more domain-specific tasks. TPC is organised into a range of working groups and thematic areas, some of which are shown here. The main community meeting places via Slack. There's an ongoing seminar series recorded and made available online, and a range of working meetings booked in across the next couple of years. I was chatting with two of the founders, Rick Stevens and Ian Foster, in mid-2023, just as TPC was forming. And Nessie joined later that year and started to explore potential collaborations. So one of them that we're working on at the moment is working with Rick Stevens' team at Argonne and his colleagues at Frederick National Laboratory to translate their advanced AI cancer drug discovery pipelines into use locally on Nessie's HPC, and ultimately to achieve sufficient capability and scale that we qualify for access to Argonne's Aurora supercomputer. Rick and Ian came out to New Zealand earlier in the year to talk at a few venues around TPC, and those that had the opportunity to talk with them were taken aback at the scale of the challenges and the opportunities they're facing into. There's a growing interest in what might be possible through this global scientific community, so I'd encourage anyone who is interested to jump in. One thing that is becoming clearer to me, AI is becoming infrastructure. AI models are our newest medium or technology for preserving, integrating, and transmitting our knowledge systems. AI is a weightless class of infrastructure. It has no borders, and as a scientific product, it will become ubiquitous. AI models will be everywhere, embedded in everything we do. What of our expertise, our values, our cultures, and our situations? How do we incorporate these things in our future AI infrastructures? How should we invest to ensure that we're part of global AI science communities and value chains? So with those open questions, I'll turn now to you for your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. And while you were speaking, we've already had a question. So I'll get to that first. And for everyone else, please follow Carl on chat and add your questions there. We'll get to that. We've got a lot of time. So Carl asks, how is the Australian University financing a $60 million supercomputer? And Liv has had a go at answering it by saying that they were delivering an operating surplus, and therefore that's something they tapped into. Nick, I don't know if you wanted to say anything more to that.
Thanks for adding that local knowledge, Liv. It's always useful to have. The only thing that I understand is that they also, adjacent to that, had a major research grant that was indicated this investment, and I think in some senses helped support it. But they've got a major pharmaceutical conurbation across Melbourne. And really strong sort of focus on a pipeline all the way through from basic science to commercialization, and so they see this as a really distinctive capability that's going to be essential for them as that area of science goes through quite a radical change. And obviously we're doing some work in the drug discovery area locally, and it was very interesting having a chat about that with some of the colleagues from Monash who were at the AI satellite at Queenstown Research Week a couple of weeks ago, and in particular Lauren May, who's also working in the space. So yeah, very interesting. I won't go. I don't know much about Monash's finances, but it's a very audacious investment. The interesting thing when you look at the scale that they're looking at there, they're the most advanced version of NVIDIA's GPU, but they're also the most advanced version of NVIDIA's sort of packaging as well. And so where they land is probably with a couple of racks NVL72. And so you end up with just over 100, about 144 GPUs. So it's not a very large number of GPUs, but they're extremely tightly engineered into a very high performance peak system. So really, really interesting technology.
Thanks, Nick. And thanks, Carl, for that question. We've got one from Alex Pletzer. Thanks, Nick. In your opinion, do GPU resources need to be local in New Zealand, or would it be okay to negotiate access to foreign resources? Do hardware and data need to be co-located?
That's an interesting question. I mean, I guess, Alex, you probably know this is the answer is as you tend to, but it's a great question. I guess there's a few different parts to that, so I'll touch on a couple that sort of connect for me. In terms of the data locality and the compute, I mean, the models themselves can be extremely large. So the layers of the models, the data that's inherent within the model itself is quite significant, and certainly needs to be adjacent to the compute in terms of loading into memory efficiently and working really efficiently. And then there's the question of the data, the research data, or the more open data, or even the more sensitive data that might be incorporated. And certainly some of that could be done offshore. There are cases, obviously, where we're increasingly getting clarity on the sensitive nature of data, and even in some cases, the restricted nature of data, where it might be in a dual use technology, have some sort of export controls, that sort of thing. So in those cases, there's certainly a stronger appetite for local infrastructure and maintaining data. And if you add in perspectives around sovereignty and especially indigenous data sovereignty, then there's a very strong desire to remain in sovereign systems. And it's interesting to see that take place all around the world. It's not unique to New Zealand. And so we're seeing now, I think it was the Vietnam that have just announced their sovereign AI initiative, and they're being very careful to sort of define their own pathway. They're not necessarily aligning with the United States or China, and there tends to be the sense that there's a sort of bipolar world that we exist in. But actually, there's countries that are paving their own path and looking at the open world and thinking about what they can bring in from the open ecosystem of models and technology to develop the things that they need that preserve their interests, their cultures, and build up their capabilities. And so it is a whole ecosystem. It's interesting to think about, is it just about the GPUs and the storage, or is it actually about building up the workforce and the skills and the capability to really understand this new area of industry and of infrastructure? And if you look at the way that industries are reshaping around this, they're thinking about what they're now calling AI factories, because obviously in AI, the currency is tokens in generative AI, and the idea that you're actually orchestrating a factory that generates the productivity and the productivity that underpins your business. And so how much do we need those skills? Well, that depends on the scale you're operating at and how efficient it is to run things locally. And I certainly think there's a good case for running national infrastructure locally, given the expensive nature of doing it through other channels. I could go on, but I'll stop there, Alex. Do ping me again. We've got plenty of time to have a bit of a conversation around this. If you've got anything you want to qualify on that, jump in as well.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Alex. We've got one from Nick Spencer. You mentioned that in New Zealand, we are typically doing small AI models. How do we move beyond that?
I suspect that's I mean, it's a good question, Nick, and thank you for that. It's interesting. I was just down the road yesterday talking with a healthcare and agri-tech, etc., robotics group, and they had a lab full of robots and GPUs and students, and I was watching them use reinforcement learning to train a robotic hand in the manipulation of three-dimensional objects. And mostly they're working with desktop grade GPU, and they're just working within the constraints of the hardware that they've got, and then trying to build models and design models that sort of can be optimal at the scale of infrastructure they've got. It looked like there were about 15 to 20 students. There was a big lab full of robots and GPUs. And the challenge they were having really was, in some cases, scaling up. They're moving into, in the health area, they're moving into, for example, real-time video processing, because they want to recognize emotion when they're looking at the interactions with people in a sort of a therapy and care context. And so the ability of these very large models to recognize verbal cues and non-verbal cues requires an incredibly sort of high resolution and rich insight into the videos that are streaming through. So they understand the methods. They've been working in the space for 20 years. The scaling up of the workforce and the methods and the infrastructure are fundamental limits that they're looking at. And one of the reasons that we're having those conversations locally is we're thinking about what we invest in as an institution here at Waipapa Taumataro, and what scale we can get to. And the ambition around the research groups is incredible. The limiting factor doesn't appear to be the skills or the ambition at this point. So look, I think the other piece is the data, and many of our colleagues internationally have been building data infrastructures for the last wave of data science and big data and all these sorts of things. And they have now well-curated, well-managed data repositories that can really underpin a lot of the sort of training that's needed in this space. And I think that's one area. I was having this conversation with Sir Peter Gluckman a few weeks ago, and he's been a big advocate of data and open data and research data management over a decade and a half, 2 decades. And we were lamenting that we didn't really land the investments in research data that we were anticipating. And so what does that mean for how well prepared we are for this age of AI? And I'm not really sure where, it's certainly true that there's going to be opportunities for us. And I'm not sure we know exactly where they're going to emerge from. But I hope that the Bioeconomy Sciences Institute, Nick, is going to break down some barriers and bring together some really interesting multimodal data sets. And I'm sure you're working in this space already. So I look forward to hearing from you around that. Kia ora.
Thank you both. We've got one from Jean. Thanks, Nick. Do you agree with some people's opinion that AI has started to demonstrate diminishing return pattern, where the investment are too high for the return they yield?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, Jean. And I guess I saw something about the price of Bitcoin this morning. There's certainly an element of hype going on, isn't there? And we're definitely on the hype cycle when it comes to AI, and in particular generative AI. And the build out around the infrastructure to do large model training is incredible. If that took place over a longer time frame, would we be happier? So there's certainly a sort of a speculative aspect to this, which is about the potential for owning the space and developing sort of unicorn businesses and all that sort of thing. That it's clear, though, that the technology is advancing at a very rapid pace. And when we look at the opportunity in science, people are talking about that as being a sort of a second or third wave of sort of large model development, because of the nature of the data and the nature of the models and the knowledge that needs to be somehow invested in these models. So we still see some very ambitious goals coming along. We are also seeing, though, the emergence of sort of a ceiling, a limit to the amount of data available to actually train models. And that's sort of globally in terms of the current sort of global public data sets, but then also in different disciplines. And so people are talking about diminishing returns just through a lack of available data for the largest models in a couple of years' times. And so you're starting to see now investments going into generating a lot more data. And there's a whole economy now around this. So we saw what happened when Google DeepMind were able to access publicly available data, but we've got organizations like Basecamp Research that are going out across the globe and engaging with local nations and tribal groups, and they're doing bioprospecting, and they're generating a global genome from first principles to really build fundamentally different training data sets to build fundamentally different models. So it's an interesting question. I'm not sure I'm seeing the diminishing returns, but maybe I'm just sort of buried a little bit in the hype, Gene, but keep me honest on that, please.
Thanks, Jean, for that question, and thank you, Nick. We've got one more from Brent Martin, Makifenua, and now BSI. Consumer PCs are increasingly including useful GPU power. Given this fact and limited capital, should providers of GPU such as RIANs be strategically focusing on the big end of the spectrum and encouraging their users to provide their own GPUs for more modest requirements?
Yeah, it's a great question, Brent, and it's one that we've talked a lot about in NZRSE as we built up our fleet of GPUs, and we're having the same conversation here at Auckland. We've got a whole range of desktop grade and very high powered workstation grade GPUs across different labs. And typically we see labs that are doing lending libraries and supporting their researchers and their students. The largest scale GPUs, or the most capable GPUs, the sort of HGX, the 8-way tightly coupled GPUs, if you're in that NVIDIA world, they're certainly powerful. There is an open question about to what degree we're capable of exploiting the true power of those GPUs, and how broad that base of users is that can actually do that, versus getting off the desktop or the high-powered desktop into a more scalable infrastructure. So certainly groups have tended to go for a bit of both, but the trend is towards ever-increasing power and the tight coupling, obviously. I do think there's something to be said for the efficient sharing of GPU, because every group that I talk to around this campus here at Auckland is decrying the fact that they have local GPU that's inefficiently used. And so this is if I've got a GPU inside a VM, a virtual machine in a cloud that I've got for 3 months, how efficiently am I using that? Probably not very efficiently. If I've got a dedicated workstation with a high-powered GPU, how efficiently am I using that? Or if I've got a local cluster within my research group. So it does come down to for me as well, the efficiency of what is a scarce resource, and do we have models for better sharing and better support of these specialist and quite expensive resources. But I don't disagree. We certainly need someone to take a strong lead in the high-end capability end for national interests.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Brent. Those are all the questions that have come through. There's a very interesting discussion on chat about Shane started talking about recently buying a couple of Mac Studios with 512 GB of unified memory. Not super fast, but they're cheap. And of course, you can run any modeling work that you want. So, and Wiz has a similar story to report. So, does anybody want to add to this discussion or have any further questions? Feel free to unmute and
Yeah, I wonder if so Rudolph, kia ora, Rudolph. So Rudolph's got a comment there around he's in Australia and Queensland,
oh yeah.
and looking at tertiary care, hospital, and connecting in with universities, I think, Rudolph. So looking at data privacy. Do you want to just speak to your question there or your comment? Because I'd like to have a chat about that. I think that's a really interesting one. And we've got time, haven't we, Nisha?
Yeah, we do.
If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I'm happy to channel my inner Rudolph.
Oh, mic is broken.
Oh,
That's
just going to
Okay.
try again.
Oh.
Yep, no, you're there. You're
Oh,
on.
there we go. Apologies. Good morning, all. Thank you for that, Nick, and thank you for the presentation. Yes, obviously my case might be very specific. So I'm employed through a tertiary hospital, so I don't work for a research institute per se, even though I'm conjoint for research purposes. But from a day-to-day operations perspective, the issue that I'm facing as the infrastructure lead is that we want resources for research to be conducted by our medical staff or anyone really within the hospital. And we do that quite a lot, but getting investment to come into the hospital to put that behind our security is quite difficult because a lot of the investment sources want to control the infrastructure for obvious reasons. And then the hospital is coming back with more and more, well, it's not just the hospital, sorry, the state, the Queensland state specifically, I guess in this context, is putting more and more constraints on how we share and what we share. It feels like every year. We just had a massive change to our privacy law here in Queensland, which again just made it tighter. How we can share. So discussions such as sending data to, say, a external international partner is definitely out of the question. I can't even send it to the university next door. So that's just what we're facing, where we have a lot of researchers looking to do more research on the electrical health record that we rolled out over the last 8 years. But it's constrained now by compute and storage to do that research on.
Yeah, look, I think that's a really interesting case, and there's a few different things that makes me sort of ponder. I mean, we certainly have an emerging set of developments, I guess, that are adjacent across universities and our tertiary tertiary care hospital institutions. And we're seeing, for example, at our local hospital here, the development of a sort of an AI and advanced technology sort of focus, and really they're looking at sort of incubation. And so they want to be able to bring through and translate into that environment things that are coming out of the university environment. And they're sort of establishing the sort of incubator accelerator style model to do that. They do have access to cloud-based resources in terms of sort of Databricks and the sort of scalable data science platforms that they might use. And so they do have an environment that's been validated, and they have conformance from a security perspective, and et cetera, which allows them it gives them some access to some scale. And it sounds like that's a little bit constrained in your environment. There are also things operating in the other direction, where they've established trust and relationships and partnerships back into universities and are sharing data back in through appropriate protocols and into environments that they consider to be secure enough. And there's a bunch of sort of analytical tools and security practices and protocols that sit around that ensure that protection of data and management of sensitivity and the risks around that. So I mean, it seems like there are groups that have developed solutions to that challenge. I'm not sure how we address it in your case, Rudolph, and if there's anything we can share in terms of current practice and approaches, please do call out.
Thank you very much, Nick.
Thank you, Rudolph. I don't know if Yvette has a comment to Rudolph, or a question, sorry. Rudolph, is the use of the secure key point solution through QSIF something that is considered in your digital health conversations to bridge the infrastructure gap? Happy to share how we develop or proceed in this area as well. We do have a bit of time, Rudolph, if you wanted to get to that.
Oh, thank you. Sorry to hijack the conversation. So we've gone in a privacy direction. Yeah, so QSIF, just to address that question. So yes, QSIF is definitely on a lot of the things that we're exploring. And so the hospital I work for is also a partner with the Queensland Digital Health Centre at University of Queensland. So we do work quite a lot with a lot of digital health entities to try and bridge some of these things. What we have done to meet some of these privacy concerns is we're actually proceeding with a decentralized model where the infrastructure does come to the hospital, and then researchers will basically tunnel into that infrastructure with highly curated and highly controlled networking and environment controls being put in place. And that's my work that I'm trying to proceed with, is creating these environments for safe research. QSIF is definitely on the list, someone we talk to regularly with. The issue is, again, so it's very specific to my problem, is our hospitals are their own legal entity. So we're separate again from the Queensland Health Department and the Queensland State. So every hospital has their own ID as well. So if my executive or decides X is the privacy, the way they interpret those risks, then we have to manage that, which is then again different to the hospital next door. So it's just a little bit more complicated for us, sadly. And QSIF is an external partner, so it would be the same assessment that I just mentioned with the university. Yes, they have not better controls. They have more controls, and that's their focus. There's just another consideration that I have to navigate through. So yeah, like I said in the chat, happy to update how we're proceeding with this. We're currently getting the infrastructure on our side, and then we're establishing those connections if that makes sense, so that people can work. The only problem is that it's like a small seed funding type approach, testing the idea. The universities or these external partners definitely do not want to invest, a lot of money and then it doesn't give them anything on return. So it's going to be a slow process, I feel like.
Kia ora. Thanks, Rudolph, for building a little bit on that. So maybe if we've got a little bit of time, Nisha, I wouldn't mind going back to, if he doesn't mind me putting him on the spot, my namesake, Nick Spencer. I wonder if you're there, Nick, and maybe we could dig into a little bit this question around how do we move beyond, working in the small, and there's nothing wrong with small models, and they've been hugely beneficial, and they continue to be, and as we sort of saw in the report from the Stanford Human AI group and their colleagues, machine learning is certainly the most prominent method used. And although we haven't seen this year's data, maybe, but are you there, Nick?
Nick isn't here.
Has he disappeared? Has he?
Yeah, he's disappeared.
Oh dear! He got the keynote and ran for it. Does anyone else want to speak to that topic, or if not, happy to park it. Anyway, let's park that.
While we are pondering, because we've got 10 more minutes, are there any last minute questions or comments for Nick? People need a coffee refill, I think. All good. I think, Nick, would it be okay to share your email address and anybody can flick through any questions?
Of course. Yeah.
And we'll share that on chat now, and we will share that through anything that we send out afterwards, after the event as well. So if you have any further questions for Nick about the presentation or anything that was discussed, please flick him a message at the email address that's on chat. And with that, thank you so much, Nick, on behalf of everyone present. Thank you for doing an early start and the keynote and the fabulous discussions. Thank you.
Kia ora, kia ora tātou. Thanks, Nisha. Ka kite.
Take it. Thank you. We do have another session starting in 10 minutes, but we do have 10 minutes. So please feel free to grab a coffee, take a little break, stretch, and we'll start with our first round of presentations at 10. So see you back in 10 minutes. Okay, I hope you're slowly coming back. I'm just checking to see if Liv is back because he's our first speaker for the day. Hi, Liv.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad.
And Patricia, who's going just after Liv with her presentation. Yes, hi, Patricia. Okay. And Dan, I don't know if Dan is here. Hi, Dan. Okay, we're good. So we've got all three presenters for this session. 10:01, so we can slowly begin with Liv. And everybody gets 15 minutes to present. And the 5 minutes at the end would be for questions. When you get to the last 5 minutes, when you have 5 minutes left, I will do a raised hand emoji on Zoom, or perhaps raise my hand just to give you a sense of time. And towards the end, for the 1 minute, I'll again do the raise hand and perhaps interrupt you if you don't see me. So that's how we're going to go. And then we'll have question and answer towards the end. So with that, please join me in welcoming Lev Lafayette from the University of Melbourne, who is going to present to us on programming principles in a high-performance computing environment. Over to you, Lev.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I'll just share my screen and get these slides into order. And we are away. Into a good place and go to presentation mode. So I'd like to start off by recognizing that I'm speaking on the lands, from the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nations. I give respects to elders past, present, and emerging, and recognise that sovereignty has never been ceded. I'm also very close to the border of the people of the Bunurong Nation as well. So this presentation is effectively about adult education and high-performance computing, and where the two things come together. This is a photo of me from way back in 1993 when I was already a little bit interested in computing. And I've started off by, I've moved towards the high-performance computing space getting close to 20 years ago now, when I took up a role after several years in, being involved in Linux system administration, took up a role at the Victorian Partnership for Advanced Computing. I was there for about 8 years. I started off with doing various forms of researchers like social technologies, things like mailing list management, website management, wiki management, and so forth. But it was also adjacent to also running like alongside with like some high performance computing systems administration. And there was they had VPAC had a couple of like systems that had been in the top 500. It was a fairly important institution. after that, after my initial steps in there, I ended up moving into sort of like half my time was basically in the education space. And that has led to many presentations about this topic. My presentations in sort of to New Zealand started off 2011 when at eResearch NZ, before it was actually eResearch NZ conference, it was the eResearch Symposium. And my recollections, I was just happened to be in Dunedin at the time, where I do have a place. I am New Zealand born, despite my lack of accent, from Invercargill. And I just happened to be walking past, and it just so happened to be this eResearch NZ Symposium. And I said, hey, look, I could give a presentation if you want to. And that has led to quite a few visits, a significant collection of papers down there. And, and I can't seem to keep myself away from the university space. As you can see by like a collection of expensive wallpaper that I have. So my initial forays into this field involved when I saw, like, they said, hey, do you want to try to do some training for psych researchers? BPAC at the time had a short afternoon session that was really aimed towards specialists who already had significant experience in the Linux space and perhaps even some exposure to clusters. There was an 8-page booklet that basically concentrated on how to do job submission and a sample short MPI program. Now, that was not sufficient for the environment or the changes that were occurring in the high performance computing space. And even at that stage, we were beginning to notice that the increases in data size and processing complexity meant that there was increasing numbers of researchers coming to us who had very little experience whatsoever. And the model that was being presented at the time did not cater for those people who had very minimal experience to this sort of environment, because let's face it, the high performance computing environment is a very different environment to what most people have been brought up with in computing space. I guess I'm sort of lucky that in my first exposure was, at the end of the, very, very tail end of the 1970s, 1980s. So the command line interface was like second nature to me. And there was, of course, insufficient material for more advanced users as well. They're expected to find their own. And I put a lot of, I won't say blame, but the university system as a whole during the past 15 years or so has neglected the changes that have been occurring. It has neglected the fact that that the requirements and the uptake of high performance computing is being absolutely, has been absolutely essential. So what has ended up happening is the training and training workshops and user education has been pushed towards the providers themselves. And of course, those providers don't normally have a great number of people who have got that background in, have got any background in adult education. So it's a bit of a bottleneck there, and it's something which I've seen a couple of universities try to overcome by providing sort of like, more thorough introductions to the high performance computing space and more thorough support. And that's really where this journey begins. So the first things we did was try to actually have a larger number of courses, smaller class sizes, greater interaction, and so forth, and a strong feedback system. So you can see there that format. This was developed over a year. Incrementally until we got the foundations in place, and of course ever since then there's been fine-tuning step by step by step, and that's something really important, which if anyone's involved in the provision of workshops and training in high performance computing, no matter what level, is that you accrete all the information and all the feedback that you've got, and keep on going with that every single lesson. So you just keep on improving the content you've got. But the core structure there showed that you needed to actually have that range of dependencies. You needed to provide concepts, and that you had to appeal to a wide range of skills in the user community. And this brings us to that model of adult education, and that continuum between adult education and childhood education, which is a huge discipline in its own right, and which I've tried to summarize into a single slide here. There are places, for example, such as I did 2 degrees on this subject. One was at Murdoch University. There was a graduate certificate in adult and tertiary education, and University of Otago has a Masters of Higher Education, and both of those basically described the distinction between adult and childhood education and those core concepts of proximal and distal goals, basically the equality within the classroom and so forth. And of course, disciplinary based learning styles for computer use being very important, especially in a way that connects everybody together. So the University of Melbourne, that's Spartan, our general purpose HPC system from a few years ago. It has changed a bit since then. It's around about number 250 something in the world at the moment. We have foundational workshops on top of those. Once people have done that, they can look at more variant workshops, so parallel and high performance Python. Obviously, Python is very popular. It's single-threaded by nature. It is not exactly high performance, but there are ways of actually making it so. There is, of course, GPGPUs, GPGPU programming. There is going from Spartan, which is a tier 1 system, to systems like Darty, which is the tier 0 system, and so forth. There is a whole range of additional workshops that we provide as well. Researcher tech presentations, Spartan Champions project, which Dan will be speaking more on that as well after this. One of the things that, of course, we encountered during the COVID period, and hooray for supercomputers, we'd still be under lockdown if it wasn't for supercomputers around the world doing that extensive modeling and in the bioinformatics space. We do provide content in multiple media formats, and one of the things that we really emphasize is job submission examples. And formative spot questions are super important as well, because it basically tests whether everybody in the room is following along, particularly in an environment where people are not so familiar with asking questions. You want to basically encourage them. Okay, so I've got Grace Hopper here, this image of Grace Hopper, and the reason for that is because the principles that we provide basically work on those foundational concepts. We start off on matters like scaling. We start on why we're using the command line, why we have a toolkit, what throughput is. Mind your nanoseconds, right? Where is our data? Where is our compute? What happens when you get to like internode versus intranode performance? When does it matter? Why is it important to automate as much as you possibly can? How do you like build up your code? Why do you have consistency inside your coding style? Then we can look at like more detailed things, which I suppose many people in this room would be familiar with from a computer science and programming background. But you need to actually have those foundations beforehand for like good practices. So before, and then you can like look, when you get to the multi-threaded component, well, then you've got to think hard and think hard again and think hard for a third time about things like race conditions and making use of profiling and making your software more optimal. But that must always be built on the foundations. So, okay, image there of Ganesh, like overcoming challenges. Of course, recent Ganesha festival. Challenges also happen to be structured and with dependencies, and there is a correlation with where this like learner is, the adult learner is, the advanced adult learner is within their stage. So moving away from their exclusive like experience and the GUI-WIMP interfaces to actually finding out that, okay, there is a command line and why we use that and its closeness to the hardware. Gradually, you want people to understand that on a conceptual level, why something works. And that's a really big challenge, because once they actually have that, they can probably get away, start to actually almost complete it. They can actually start so like elaborating from their foundational knowledges, overcoming that huge number of applications that they have at their disposal, is of course a fairly important critical issue as well. And actually trying to help people through their their research project from beginning to end. I have a range of pithy quotations here, which are worth reviewing over and over again, trying to get people to understand. Some of these can be challenging because convenience gets in the way. What looks like an easy interface and a convenient interface and a feature-rich interface does not mean that it's going to be good. In fact, feature-rich often means fragile. Convenient often means slow. So getting people to actually to be encouraged with actually learning the work that they're involved in, learning the tools which are 30, 40, 50 years old and are still in active development and are still closest to the hardware and are still the most efficient way to get something done. The investments made by people in learning this will be with them for the rest of their research career. So that sort of thing is super important. The results are quite clear, however. When researchers are given training opportunities, their output improves. The return on investment in high-performance computing is enormous. The return of investment in time is quite clear as well. So that probably, very shortly brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Lev. We have got 2 minutes or so for questions, so perhaps we can have a question and another, maybe a short one. I don't know.
I've got a quick one, which is just I wonder if you could talk briefly about how children's learning, it's Matthew from Plant and Food Research, and all. I just wonder if you could talk briefly about how a child's learning differs from an adult learning.
Oh goodness, very briefly. One of the core components is that the core components would be motivation. So there's a difference between intrinsic and extrinsic motivations. And, child learners basically attend, learning institutions because they have to. An adult learner is already there. The adult learner has a wealth of experience that they can bring to themselves. They have a high degree of social equality. So you are less involved in instruction and more in a I've been on this journey doing the guide, but you have got a wealth of experience and domain knowledge, which I don't have. And I'm going to take that, try to take that domain knowledge, try to understand it, and then try to apply what I understand. So you're basically walking together. So those are three very quick components to it. And the slide which I had there is a super short summary of a very detailed description of what goes on. And there's the whole field of developmental psychology which adds to it as well, of what people are capable of at different stages of their brain development as well. So there's a lot of, it's not something that's an easy and quick topic, and it's not something you often find in people in a high performance computing center, who are the people who are assumed to be delivering this content. So it's a really difficult thing. How do we actually have a branch of high performance computing which is involved in high performance computing education?
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks,
Great
Lev.
question.
There is one question for Lev on chat. So Lev, if you could just move the discussion to chat, and we can move on to Patricia's presentation. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And next, we've got Patricia Hayden from the University of Otago presenting to us on software architecture for big data. Over to you, Patricia.
Everyone can hear me okay? Fantastic. So it's very exciting this morning to be hearing about machine learning and AI and high performance computing, and how in the very near future this is going to impact research in New Zealand. But I want to focus slightly differently for this presentation on the impact that we're seeing now on researchers in New Zealand just from the existing digital infrastructure. So e-research support, our Otago's sort of roaming nerd squad. When researchers need software written or other digital support, they come to us for help. And what we're seeing is that the new digital pathways for data collection are already having strong impacts on what researchers are doing. So we'll see a cognitive psychology researcher who used to bring 20 individuals into the lab and collect data from them. Now they're running subjects online, they get thousands of subjects. We're seeing the zoology researcher who used to go out to the estuary and take 20 water samples. Now they've got remote sensors uploading millions of data points into the cloud. With their small manageable data sets, researchers could shove everything into a CSV and stick it into Stata and learn stuff. But that isn't working for them anymore. The digital management techniques that they are used to using do not work at scale. And what we're seeing more and more is a situation like this. We'll meet with a researcher who now has not one or maybe 20 little CSV files, they have thousands of them. And they're trying to write R scripts or MATLAB scripts or SAS scripts, and it just doesn't work any longer. And you'll know when you're dealing with this large, my background is in computer science, we call this a flat file organization, as though you had thrown all your spreadsheets on the floor and spread them out. It's very difficult to code against this kind of data. It's hard to search or filter, very hard to organize your data for analysis. The coding process is frustrating and inefficient. But more seriously for these researchers is that when they're trying to manage their data with these hundreds or thousands of individual little data files for each subject, for each condition, their data integrity is put at risk. The chances of introducing errors are manifold. And I have seen in every case that I've dealt with, and there's been a lot of these in the last couple of years, files being named wrongly so that they no longer know whose data they're working with, files being copied and changed and so forth. And we've talked a little bit about privacy this morning. Collaborative research requires access to data files. And when you're dealing with this, it's extremely difficult to provide controlled access. So what often happens is that when researchers find themselves in this situation, they get in touch with us at eResearch Support. And fortunately, while big data may be new to the fields of psychology or zoology, big data, of course, is not really new to the field of computer science. And there are effective and mature approaches to dealing with big data. And what eResearch Support goes in and does is we share these with the research staff, and we build them lovely software. Just to make sure we're all on the same page here in terms of the nomenclature, when I'm talking about effective architectures or the software architecture solution, I'm talking about the components of a complex software system at a very abstract level. I'm not talking about the lines of code that are written. I'm talking about the components of functionality. I taught software development for 15 years at the tertiary level, and we were always nagging our students about their correct architecture and reminding them that if you have the right components in your software system, you can count on your software being robust, with a fancy word for it doesn't have bugs in it. You can count on it being flexible. So we want to write software that's going to last for a while. And over time, as the research context changes, you're going to need new functionality. A good architecture supports that. And of course, as we're moving with big data, it needs to be scalable. Your problem gets bigger, your software must respond gracefully. So what we have to do in these situations is design a good computer software system. So how do you go about identifying the components? Well, again, we teach that if you want to design a good architecture, you start by thinking about your task. So we say to your researchers, we think about the tasks you actually perform when you're dealing with digital data management. There's really only 3 of them. It's so easy. The first thing that you do is you collect that data and you need to store it somewhere. Then you perform computations on these data, summaries and analyses. Different data sets and research contexts use different kinds of computations. Some people will be doing neural net predictions. Some people will be running ANOVAs, but everybody has to analyze their data, and then you have to look at it and display the results. So we have these 3 tasks. If you're going to build software to do these, your goal is to build a simple or a single well-delineated module for each of those tasks. The well-delineated part is key. We'll be talking about that quite a bit. It's so important I even looked up how to spell it correctly. And so what we want is a single software module for each of our tasks. And this is what that looks like. These are the 3 tasks we described: representing, storing, and making available your data, implementing your processing logic, and letting people look at it. And this, as those of you with computer science training will recognize, is a classic thing called the 3-tier architecture. We have been building 3-tier architectures for big data problems for a long time. The critical thing about implementing a good 3-tier is that these elements must be as independent as possible. They often use completely different tools, and they need to be kept separate. This guy here, the logic layer, we call him, who's going to be doing computations, he doesn't need to know what database engine you're using. The presentation layer, whose job is to put a graph up on a screen, he doesn't need to know which stat library you use to generate that graph. So we keep these implementations extremely independent and build explicit channels, communication channels between them. This is the difference between the scripting approach that the researchers have been using and the architectural approach that we recommend and, in fact, implement. Also, of course, it's very important that you build each of these tiers with the appropriate tools. There's a lot of choices for that because, as I've said, we've been doing this for a long time. Let's just talk a little bit about what that implementation looks like. Remember our 3 components here? We had the data layer. All right, 99.9, I'm making this up, but I'm right. Relational database. What you need for when you've got too many spreadsheets, you need a proper relational database back end. Your logic layer, it can be anything. Any programming language that can hit your database, and all modern programming languages can, they'll be fine. And it doesn't matter what your algorithmic approach is. Presentation layer, Most of the time we do web-based these days because it allows for easy access, including international collaborators, but it can be anything. Now you'll notice when I talk about this, that for the logic and presentation layers, there's an enormous amount of flexibility. You can basically do anything you want here as long as you can establish those communication channels. For the data layer, there is no flexibility. I'm extremely narrow-minded on this point. The vast majority of researchers with large data sets need to have a proper relational database back end. Relational database is a beautiful thing. Those of you who have taken a lot of database theory will already know this. And those of you who haven't, you should. And it's great. You're going to love it. So a relational database will replace all of those spreadsheets. Relational database is a big software artifact. It's complicated and it's an advanced sort of thing. It models your entire data universe, represents all the entities in your data, the relationships between those entities and the operations that can be performed on them, mathematically underpinned by the relational algebra. If you want to build your client a database or your researcher a database, you start by designing the database to reflect all of the things. This is the type of diagram that you get where we see things in these data, where we see relationships between those things. Now, building a relational database does require specialized software. So if you don't know how to do it, you need to learn, but it's not hard, and it's also an enormous amount of fun. There's only about 4 different tools to choose from here. MySQL, MS SQL, Postgres, Oracle are the big ones, the first 3 especially in New Zealand. Get to grips with one of these toys. Well, they're not toys. One of these tools. A good RDBMS has a complete programming language to support all your data operations, everything you need to do. It protects your data integrity automatically. We said at the start that one of the risks of the flat file organization is the introduction of errors. Systems like these, the major RDBMSs, will not let you make a typo. They will not let you delete data that is used by some other entity. The system prevents it if you try it, and it's enormously fast. Relative to all of these spreadsheets, the search and filtering work that you do with a database back end is incredibly fast. The RDBMSs use beautiful hierarchical indices to search, and you'll get an immediate speed up in your processing. So we've talked a lot about databases. I've spent a lot of time teaching database theory, and I'm very keen. And remember that we originally had this image here. Is that my 1 minute thing or my 5 minute thing?
5 minutes.
We had this,
yeah.
Thank you. We had this image here where we had the database, we had the logic layer, we had the presentation layer. And then I got a little rhapsodic about the database because that's the fundamental layer. Once you have your database in place, you're not limited to a single application. You can have all the applications you want. You can write anything that can hit that database, and assuming that you have a good systems administrator, they can all run against that database. You can even, if you wish, give permissions to other people so that they can write applications to hit your database. And for each of those applications, of course, you can have multiple presentation layers. You can have anything you want. So with the 3-tier architecture and with the beautiful relational database, you get enormous flexibility relative to the let's write a big MATLAB script or let's write a big R script that the researchers were using before. Very, very briefly, some existing tools that eResearch Support has that uses this architecture. The Geckos and Gumboots project is a rewilding of the Otago Peninsula. They used to be pasture, they're making it wild. Students across many departments, zoology, biology, botany, ecology, go out there and collect data. Because the students are entering the data here, they count the number of lizards and possums and so forth. We have this very simple presentation layer, but underneath we have multiple applications in addition to the to this basic tool. We have a web API that researchers can access. This, the Christchurch Health and Development Study, a longitudinal study of, well, health and development. It's been running since 1972. The biggest example of data explosion I've ever seen. They had 50 years worth of legacy data across a wide range of file formats, not just CSV. They have text translations of punch cards in there. And they were trying to write literally SAS scripts against these data. We went in and gave them a nice 3-tier architecture. We're migrating their data. It's a long thing. but it's ongoing. And now they can get to their data very easily. You'll notice that we can't show you any of this because it's all private data. One of the advantages, of course, of working with established software here is that the management of authorization is very strong. I can, with this tool, apply different levels of access at the function level, which is very nice. This is a project for the Human Nutrition Department. They study, among other things, food insecurity in New Zealand. And the interesting thing about this database, which the database itself holds nutrient breakdowns for like 140 different nutrients, most of which I'd never heard of, for thousands and thousands of foods and recipes. And they use it to compute the quality of diet for their subjects. The interesting thing about this is it has an absolutely enormous logic layer. The logic required to do those nutrient breakdowns is complex and it's recursive, but the architecture remains the same. So once you get comfortable building this kind of software, you can step up to larger and larger applications without much stress. I don't have time to talk about the tools, but I will pitch my favorite for programmer's ease. If you want to build 3-tier architectures, if you're just starting out and you want one that basically involves, making a plan and hitting the tab key, C# ASP.NET MVC is your friend. It has everything that you need and want. It's also very commonly used in mid-sized industries in New Zealand. So once you commit yourself to this architecture, it's easy to find people to help you work on it if you want to be hiring. And that is the end of our presentation. I wanted to start this actually with the first question all by myself, which was, do you need a database? And the answer is yes. In fact, at one point, Murray and I decided the correct title for this talk was You Need a Database. But we will open it to general questions now, as long as you're all convinced you need a database. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Very interesting talk. And as you were speaking, lots of comments have trickled through. So first one from Paulus, who thinks this ties very nicely with the topic of training for researchers in the previous talk. So Lev's talk talked about adult learning and unlearn. So adult learning. So adult learning being unlearning the old ways of doing. That sort of touches upon this. And of course, the next one, Janet has a comment as well. Thanks, Patricia. Totally agree with your stance on RDBs. I think one of the problems for many researchers is either access or knowledge or resourcing time of those with these to migrate.
Yeah, these are actually both issues. Yeah. So migrating the legacy data onto the machines, if that's what you're talking about, literally is a huge compute task. And it's very nice to be able to do this efficiently with the multiple parallelism things that you go along there. But about the learning of it. So I started teaching programming in 2002. And everything that we taught then is now completely obsolete. And you could see that happening as you were going to 2005. So one of the fundamental things, if you really want to be the software engineer part of research software engineer, is just accept that what you're doing now is not what you're going to be doing 5 years from now. And that's totally okay. So we have to fully commit to this constant upskilling. I've recently been wrestling with RTorch because I have, it's a new thing that we have to be doing. So if you want to be able to build software like this and you don't know the architectural principles, I don't think it's unreasonable to get your employers to let you go take some papers. Every undergraduate CS and IT program in the country will teach database theory and they will teach OO theory and so forth. And it's wonderful, fun stuff to learn. Go out and learn some of it.
There's a question from Carl. What recommendations do you provide to researchers for managing metadata?
It depends a little bit on exactly what you mean by metadata. My problem with how to manage metadata is that I hear people from different areas describing really different things with this term. So for some researchers, their metadata is their data dictionary, basically. And I think you manage your data dictionary as part of your database. Do we have time for you to expand a little bit on exactly what you mean?
Yeah, sure. yeah, we've probably only got a minute, but by metadata, I'm talking about, let's say you've got a temperature sensor and you've got 100,000 of these all scattered around, right? Your metadata is, who owns it, where is it located, what
Oh
units is
yeah.
it measuring,
Oh yeah, yeah.
all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I find that it's quite comfortable to include tables with these properties in your data model. So I like a data model that includes everything. And there's no problem whatsoever with properties of individual sensors, properties of individual participants and stuff being included in the data model and therefore included in the database. Yeah. I do want to respond here to this question about doesn't C# lock you into Microsoft platforms? Yeah, absolutely. If you're coding in C#, you are using a Microsoft platform. 10 years ago, that was a problem because they charged you. Now they don't. Visual Studio, which is a fantastic learner's IDE, by the way, if in case you're teaching, is now free. SQL Server is now free. SQL Server Management, so it's all free, so you don't have to pay for it anymore. But yes, it does lock you into the Microsoft platform for the front end. Yeah, so your logic layer, and if you're using ASP, MVC, your presentation layer, once you write them in that language, they're written in that language, and if you want to maintain them, you're still using that language. But remember that the database itself doesn't care. If I build my database in MS SQL, or sometimes called SQL Server, yeah, it's a Microsoft product, but then I can write an R logic layer, an R Shiny presentation layer to hit that database. I can write my logic layer in Python. I can write it in Java. I can write anything I want. Remember that the components are independent. So just because you have made your version of the application in a particular language or platform, it doesn't mean that additional applications and front ends can't be written in anything that you want. And I have done all those combinations at various times, and it's great. So, oh look, somebody's already talked about this.
There are more questions popping up, Patricia, from Brent, and then I can see another one coming up. But because of time issues, Patricia, I'll let you
Yes.
answer those on
Oh,
chat.
sorry. Okay.
I'll let you answer those on chat.
Yes, I absolutely believe that systems design should be taught language agnostic. Absolutely. So I'm speaking here to Jean. Okay. Well,
Yes.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
That was fun, and I'm happy to talk further. Thank you.
Thank you so
And
much,
goodbye.
Patricia. More on chat from Patricia, and we'll move on to our last speaker for this session, Dan Tosello from University of Melbourne, who's going to be talking to us about VS Code on the Node. Over to you, Dan.
Hey there, everybody. Give me 1 second while I share my screen. Okay, hopefully that should be fine.
Still coming up? Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so first of all, the University of Melbourne, of who is my employer, acknowledges the traditional owners of the unceded land on which we work, learn, and live, the Wurundjeri, Wurrung, and Burrung peoples, Burnley, Fisherman's Bend, Parkville, South Bank, and Werribee campuses, the Yorta Yorta Nation for the Dookie and Shepparton campuses, the Dja Dja Wurrung people for the Creswick campus. The university also acknowledges and is grateful to the traditional owners, elders, and knowledge holders of all Indigenous nations and clans who have been instrumental in our reconciliation journey. We recognize the unique place held by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders as the original owners and custodians of the land and waterways across the Australian continent, with histories of continuous connection dating back more than 60,000 years. We also acknowledge their enduring cultural practices and of caring for country. We pay respect to elders past, present, and future, and acknowledge the importance of Indigenous knowledge in the Academy. As a community of researchers, teachers, professional staff, and students, we are privileged to work and learn every day with Indigenous colleagues and partners. In making this acknowledgement of country, we commit to respectful and responsible conduct towards all others according to the traditional laws of this land, particularly at times of formal ceremony. Okay, so our presentation today, VS Code on the Node. Sorry, I'm just going to adjust here a little bit. Sorry. Ugh, yuck. Okay. I have some notes. Zoom is getting directly in the way of my notes. Okay, there we go. So the basis for this talk. Many of our users have requested procedures for using VS Code and some other IDEs to connect to our compute cluster. Most of the time, they start off doing this naively. They don't actually ask us. They simply try and set up. So they end up running code generally on the login node. And this, of course, leads to situations where they'll start running something and our C group system will immediately shut them down. So we get tickets complaining about how something is broken and ends up being that they are doing something that they're effectively not supposed to do. So we looked at the various methods to get them working in interactive sessions instead, but unfortunately, there isn't really any one-size-fits-all method to make this work at the moment. Essentially just because a lot of these IDEs assume that you're going to be working either in a local environment or with a specific cloud development environment. So they're not really suited for HPC. We may have to shoehorn them in. This was originally a tutorial. This was originally a tutorial that we put together as instructions directly to get users onto the cluster using VS Code. I've tried to make it a bit more generic. So like it's not just going to be specific for our system Spartan. It will actually be something that you might be able to adapt to something that you guys can use on your own. This is a presentation for both users and admins. I've tried to keep it accessible, but there will be some complex bits. There'll be some, we'll have to look at some code and look at some adjustments, like some parts of scripts will have to be rewritten, that kind of thing. We'll be pretty quick though. Okay, so the general caveats of using something like VS Code on a HPC system. Just to get started, mostly these issues do not apply when you're just using VS Code as a standard SSH client, even though you will need a plugin for that as well. So some of these are artifacts of the environment. Some are general and will apply in a lot of places, and some are probably pretty obvious. So we've got essentially the limitations of requiring some kind of plugin or scripts to be present on the host system to allow for the connection to occur. We've got the fact that because the connections aren't necessarily accounted for on both ends, sometimes you end up with a breakage where one system thinks it's still connected, it's not working properly. These things have to be dealt with. You will require the ports that VS Code uses to connect to the system to be available, which on some secure systems won't necessarily be a thing. And as a consequence of that, you will require the admins, networks, cybersecurity to be on board with you using it this way, although by default, there may not be a policy on it. Because of the way that it sets up and runs the VS Code server, it doesn't necessarily play well with module systems. There are actually bugs in some of the plugins, the modules, that kind of thing. There are some other inconveniences in addition to potentially having to log back into the system to kill a job in an interactive environment because the VS Code client has no way of doing that. You have no indication, for example, if when you're trying to log in, if the resources that you're trying to access are available from the client. You have to already know that. You may have to have an extra SSH session open in order to determine these things. And of course, there is no support for MPI or MPI debugging or anything like that, although that's quite a complex thing of its own accord. So our strategy, the strategy that we will be using to make this work in general, we're going to have a VS Code session running on our, say, desktop, laptop, our local system. On the remote system, we'll need to have something that in some way logs into it, creates an interactive session, reserves a node that we're going to eventually connect to. We'll then have to create, optionally, we'll have to create a tunnel. So from the compute node, perhaps via the login node, and most logically via the login node, that will allow us to then connect or perhaps loop back to our own system so that we can connect to localhost or we can connect to something on the remote node. And then we need VS Code Server to be running on that remote node so that we can connect to it. When all of that's in place, we can then go back to our local system here, connect from the VS Code client, and then we need to select which interpreter, which compilers, which runtime stuff it's going to be using, which is another step at the end, which actually allows for a bit of customization. Okay, so we're going to be using what I refer to as the remote command plus script method here. We're going to be executing a remote script to create interactive sessions on the remote system. This is just some, features of this method. Keeping in mind, right, no HPC system is the same, right? So this will actually vary from system to system a little bit. You may need to adjust a variety of things as we go along. Work with your admins. Users, if you're trying to do this, if you're trying to do this as a user, consult with your admins. They will have a better idea of how the system works than anyone. So what we're going to do in this particular instance, sorry, mentally, I'm separating this from, because I've got a direct script that we would use on Spartan for this. And of course, I'm trying to make it more generic. So bear with me a little bit. So what we want to do is we want to run a remote script from the VS Code client. So the VS Code client is going to log into the remote system, the HPC cluster, whatever it is, and run a script on there that will create a session for us. And in doing so, it will create a tunnel. It will run the VS Code server on a compute node. It will set everything up so that we can connect to it. But we're also going to have some other features, right? Something that this particular setup will allow for us to do is to run something like Jupyter Notebook, which is, very popular among our users. It can handle, because of the way that Jupyter specifically works. We'll have a look at it in a minute, but it's a cell-based thing. So like every time you run a cell, it actually executes effectively a new shell session in order to execute that particular compute process. That means that it needs to have everything in place in the shell that it's running from to be able to access things like Python libraries or primarily Python libraries is the big secret. Okay, so a lot of this allows for a little bit of customization. We can, for example, control job parameters. So we can try and work out the size of the resources that we're going to get. All right. We can't use the module system this way though, again, because of the shell issue. So we will instead have to use Conda, but once we know the limitations here, this particular method can be comparatively robust. That is to say, when you try and connect with it, there are only a known number of ways that it can go wrong. There are a lot of things that can go wrong in this kind of process. Okay, so first thing we'll need to get this to actually functionally work is, of course, Jupyter. Jupyter is a very popular shell for working with Python among our research community. It is useful for, working with data, just doing basic front-end analysis, but you can use it with pretty large amounts of data and get a kind of real-time interface to be able to play with that data. You will, of course, also need the remote SSH plugin, extension rather. Both of these can be found in the extensions menu in the VS Code client. It's on the left-hand side. Second from the bottom in the main tool area. If you don't know how to install extensions in VS Code, it is a big deal. VS Code is very customizable. The quality of the extensions does vary. There are actually some bugs, even though this is an officially supported Microsoft extension for VS Code, there are actually some bugs, and we're going to have to work around them. So we'll get to that. Okay, so we're going to first of all grab this particular script. This is JT Frey's VS Code shell proxy script. This does a bunch of stuff for us that'll be very convenient. I have written a bunch of this stuff myself, but this is much better packaged. So you guys, I think you'll find this easier to use than the stuff that I wrote. My stuff is still quite in the experimental stage. It's quite messy. This is polished in comparison. It's had quite a few iterations. It sets up the VS Code server on a remote node. It does particularly use Slurm. So we're going to be focusing on Slurm. That is the system that the scheduler that runs on our Spartan system. It should be possible to adapt to this to non-Slurm systems as well, like PBS, for example. Okay, so we grab the script. Now, here is one of the things that we will have to customize. We've got to grab this. We can put it in a user space. It doesn't have to actually be done by an administrator, although it does, help to have a kind of like an official workflow to get this working. So when we look at this script here, and I've just highlighted something a little bit here. Okay, line 307, we've got this remote shell command. If we swap this out for something that actually works on our cluster, because we don't use work group in this way, right? This could be replaced with a standard salloc call. We actually use salloc-a. The -a, you can see, those of you who are keen-eyed, it's probably a little hard to read. There's CLI args work group there. That contains the primary group association. So if you just attach that to salloc-a, basically then you can have Slurm recognizing the account that you're submitting with. You can make whatever alterations you need to here. It's actually quite simple. You can see also on the line underneath is a remote shell command extend. So we're actually going to be adding extra args to this later. Hopefully that'll be, that's one of the only code blocks that we're actually going to be looking at today. This alteration should be very easy. All you need to do is change this work group CLI args work group command here. You want to change that to something that works on your cluster. It should be for a high availability, like high turnaround partition or something like that, to allow for people to actually get a session in a short term. The other side of that is, of course, that this is limited to smaller amounts of resources. So when we're actually doing a connection, we press F1, we just hit we should be able to find this remote SSH open SSH configuration file. We're going to set up now a host entry in order to make it easier to make this connection repeatable. But also, we're going to be relying on this remote command component here, this one right here, to be able to execute the shell script that we just grabbed. And here are the extra params that I was talking about. Okay, this is just a template, basically. It should help you to get set up. For those of you who don't know what you're looking at, this is kind of like a HTTP style, Apache style host entry. So we've got a name that we're putting here. We're going to refer to this name in future. We've got a URL. That obviously needs to be your cluster, whatever you're trying to connect to. And your username, obviously that needs to be something that that you used to log in with. You can add extra parameters at the end here to this remote command by using this salloc args equal flag here, this parameter here. So you can chain the parameters. This is a little bit ugly. It we're opening the hood up to make this work in the first place.
Dan, sorry.
Yep.
You might want to wrap up in one more minute.
Yep, no problem. Okay. I'll have to speed up then. We're going to need to get rid of these. This was originally a 45-minute talk, everybody. Sorry, I need to speed up quite a bit. So these are some of the bugs that I was talking about. These would prevent us from working with remote command. We need to get around this. This is in the user settings section. You'll need to make sure that there's nothing in this menu we got to access file, preferences, settings. In the settings menus for the extensions, scroll down, there's a remote remote SSH section. We need to make sure for complex reasons that this menu is empty. We also, in that same menu, have access to a timeout. We want to increase that timeout to make sure that we can connect, because unless we have enough time to do the entire connection process, when we've got the connection, getting a session, starting the server, and then connecting from the VS Code session, unless that all fits inside of this timeout, it will fail. Then we can just connect to the host. So we can connect to we're using this shell proxy entry here. You should then be able to try and connect. You'll be asked for a password at this point. Assuming that you have it available, you can set up keyless, like keyed passwordless SSH in the host entry. So that was, it's a little bit earlier, but we can go back to that if people want to see that. We can start a Jupyter notebook. Should see us drop down in the center of the client just as normal. We select Jupyter Notebook. We'll need to select an interpreter. This is important. The interpreter, the kernel button is in the top right-hand corner of the Jupyter Notebook. This can be a system Python entry. It can be a Conda environment. So this is the point at which if you were building for a HPC system and you needed specialized drivers or something like that, and you could put them inside of that Conda environment, you would then build the Conda environment to use as the interpreter at this point. So that way your users could then make use of systems. And you can see at this point, if we do a check inside of Jupyter to see which node we are operating on here. Using this method, I'm using one of our compute nodes. And then finally, you can open up a terminal. And inside of that terminal, you can do whatever you would normally do with an SSH session. So if you had, for example, like in my previous host entry, I had X11 stuff. If you have X11 support on your system, you can even use that tunnel through. You can load modules this way as well. So if you're editing something, you need a module to be able to run as a prerequisite. You can load that module using this method, and then run whatever your actual code is with that as if it's loaded into the shell. So there are some other options here. This is just one way of doing this. Other methods support debug. They might support maybe you'd end up with a VS Code HTTP interface, but it would be running remotely, but you'd have to set up some kind of PTPP tunnel in between the login node and the compute node. There's a lot of different ways to do this. This is a framework, effectively. There are ways to make it work in different ways.
Thanks, Dan. Sorry.
Thanks. No, that's it. That's fine.
Yeah. Yep.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Thank you, Dan. We are 3 minutes over break time. If anybody has any questions for Dan, please feel free to use chat and hang around during the break. We will use this this time to check on the presenters for the next round of the next session, which will begin in 10 minutes. So we have a 10-minute break until 11. Actually, not 10 minutes, 6-minute break until 11:10. So we'll come back sharp at 11:10 for anybody else who's interested to attend the next round of presentations and one BOF. Cal,
Oh, sorry, no. I just had questions for
sorry, but you might want to type that through, Cal. Yeah.
Sorry about that, everyone.
Questions for Dan, please leave them on chat and have the discussion there. For anybody else who's still wanting to hang around for the next round of sessions, if you want to test your screen sharing abilities, this would be the time to do so. I think Mercedes is here and I'm here. We'll do a quick check.
Yeah, I'm here, and we've also got multi-share, so you should all be able to give it a go at once.
Cool, thanks. Can you see that screen okay? And can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
Excellent.
good.
All right, I'm done.
Thanks, Alan.
Okay. Anybody wanting to hustle out and have a coffee, please feel free. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, I think it's 11:10, so we better get started with the next session. And welcome back. So, Disha, did you want to say something, or shall I get started right away?
I think you can start.
Okay, all right. So welcome back from the break. I hope you all had a chance at getting a very quick coffee and tea and a little bicky with that. And I'm Wolfgang Hayek, HPC Research Software Engineer at Earth Sciences New Zealand, and I'm your host and MC for the next hour and a half or so before we head into the lunch break. So I'll follow Nisha's example. I'll give everyone a 5-minute warning with a hands up, a quiet one, and then a verbal warning at 1 minute before the end. And yeah, with that, I'd like to welcome the speakers or hosts actually of our first session, which is a Birds of a Feather session called Beyond Beginner. Building software engineering skills for researchers. And your hosts will be Murray Katzau from the University of Otago, Rena Hannaford from the Bioeconomy Science Institute, Chris Scott from the University of Auckland, and Nisha from Rians. So who's going to host?
I'll take it over. Thank you, Wolfgang. Again, welcome. You must be tired of seeing me, but I'm still here. Welcome to the BOF. We would hopefully explore some points in this 1 hour that we've got. We'll talk about which software engineering practices most benefit researchers, identifying and planning beyond novice training, and touch upon the community aspect as well. So the first part, hopefully, we will be able to talk to everybody who's here and talk through what is it that you do and what do you wish to get out of this BOF, because it's a big commitment. It's an hour of your morning. So what do you exactly want to get out of it? Tell us, and tell us a bit about your work as well. To that extent, we have a shared space, which Murray has shared on chat. Thank you, Murray. We'll be using that shared space to capture any comments, questions, and thoughts that you might have through the course of the BOF. So please use the sign-in sheet so that we know who's here and where you're joining us from. And of course, the second bit just after the welcome is what I just said. What do you hope to get out of this session today? Just so we know how we can tailor your expectations going forward for this 1 hour. Giving everybody a minute to do that now. If you've finished typing in your details in the sign-in part of the document, please feel to move on to the next bit, which is just after welcome. What do you get? What do you hope to get out of today? And I can see a lot of people have already started typing in, so thank you. You can see people are still signing in, so welcome. Just as we're doing the sign-in bit, I think it's timely to introduce ourselves as well for those who may not have already spoken like me for the 2 hours that we've been here. I think I'll move on to introducing the other facilitators who might want to unmute and do that themselves. On my screen, I can see Murray. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, kia ora koutou. My name is Murray Kadza. I am a scientific programmer within now e-research support at the University of Otago. We were research teaching IT support. And I'm co-facilitating this session. And a lot of the background, I suppose, comes with, so I was a bioinformatician for 10 odd years, and I've been in this sort of space on this team for the last 4 or 5 years now. And a big part of what I do is, alongside Patricia, we do training, and in particular, a lot of work with the Carpentries material. So if you're not familiar with the Carpentries, it's a global organization that aims to upskill researchers in reproducible computational research techniques, largely focused at sort of the graduate student, early career research sort of level, and provide some foundational sort of skills. So on the back of a lot of that training, we're also looking at, once you've done that sort of training, what comes next? What is that intermediate sort of level or beyond novice, I think is the easier way to categorize that. But without stealing too much of the rest of the boff, I'll hand over to Chris.
Thanks, Murray. So I'm Chris. I'm a research software engineer at the University of Auckland, previously working for NZRSE, where I worked for many years on NZRSE's consultancy service, where we worked on projects with researchers around New Zealand, helping them develop code and implement workflows and so on. And through that service, worked with a lot of researchers from like a broad range of backgrounds with many different sort of levels of programming knowledge and research software engineering skills. And I think many of these researchers had sort of the basic skills, so they were able to program. But a lot of them, I think, would have found it very valuable if they had some more training available to learn like the intermediate level type skills for research software engineering. For myself, I started off as a researcher in like a computational physics sort of materials modeling background, which required me to learn a lot about programming. But I was mostly self-taught and had to sort of go through like a trial and error process of, many rewrites of codes when I figured out how to do things better. So I can certainly see the value in having, a curated set of training materials that could, speed up this process for other people. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thanks, Murray. One member who couldn't join us, one facilitator, she had to leave because she wasn't feeling very well, Rena Hannaford from the Bioscience Bioeconomy, Bioscience Economy Institute, and Ag Research. She unfortunately had to leave, but Rena has obviously been a huge contributor to this BOF as well. So we're missing her. Okay, with that, we'll take a couple of minutes to go through whatever all of you have put down as your expectations and what you hope to get out of this BOF. And I think, yeah, people are still typing in there. I'll focus more on the ones that have gotten several votes. So a clear understanding of needs, available resources for intermediate advanced learning. That is, know what I don't know so I can learn, +1 to that. Hearing what others are doing to lift coding skills beyond scripting. So lots of people want to hear about that. How to build curiosity and enthusiasm towards software engineering skills for scientists. It's one great one. An update on what people currently do in the space. That's always a good one to look into. What other people are working on, what problems they're facing, and how they solve it. Yep. Ideas to steal. I'm a +1 there as well. So definitely +++. What else? There are several others, but there's one more that has gotten multiple votes. Ideas on how different organizations provide time and funding to support software development for scientists. It's a good one. So these are all the ones that have gotten multiple votes. Please feel free to go through the big list that we've got there on the Google Doc. And with that, I think I will hand over to Murray to just talk a bit about building better software, carpentries, incubator side of things, and just on a general side of building better software from the carpentries overview.
Cool. Thanks, Nisha. Right, I'm going to go through the classic. Can everybody see my screen once I pick my window that I want to share? Right, let's find the window. That one, I think. Okay, now in classic Zoom fashion, Zoom has rearranged my entire desktop. Are you staring at something that says building better research software? Thank you. Okay, so a little bit of a background, I suppose, to what caused this BOF, and that was that the carpentries, if you're not familiar with the carpentries, here's a link. Where's my chat window? There's my chat window. So I mentioned the carpentries a minute or two ago. They have a series of lessons at the foundational level. So things like there's sort of 3 main lesson programs. There is software carpentry, which teaches sort of a tools focus for researchers. So that's normally a Unix command line, either Python or R, and version control. And then there's the data carpentry program, which is more domain specific, and common ones there are the ecology program or the social sciences program. And both of these sort of teach a data-centric workflow where you, as a researcher, start off with a data set and you work out how to, say, bring it into R or Python to start some very preliminary data analysis things. So it's teaching skills like a programming language and scripting and also things around data organization and cleaning data. And then there's the library carpentries program, which is designed to teach sort of people within the library or information people information skills that are useful to them. But the 2 primary programs that we teach are the software carpentry and data carpentry. And about, it would have been about 3 months ago now when the abstracts were sort of being thought about, there was a group within the carpentries. So the carpentries has those main programs, but they also have this area called the incubator. And this is where anybody within the community can come up with an idea of something that they would like to provide a lesson on, and they can contribute it to the community and work on it and develop it. And there was an announcement came through the community saying, hey, we've created this beta lesson, building better research software. And what I wanted to do was sort of pick that up and go, hey, that's a really cool idea, because often we teach these novice level courses, and then sort of that's the last we see of people to a large degree. So they come in, they get their foundational skills, but we don't have a lot of things in the space of what comes next after I've learned how to create a plot for my data. And we really have quite an empty space, at least here at Otago, for researchers, for how do we train people up to have a good idea about how to do version control, how to incorporate a lot of these software engineering practices into their research projects, so that we do get better research software, we do get better projects. So I wanted to very briefly go through sort of the contents of this lesson, because it gives a bit of a structure to some of the discussion sessions that we're going to put you into in a few minutes after this. So this lesson, I will in fact throw a link into the chat so you can browse through it in your own leisure as well. But you'll see that it's primarily aimed at postgrads, early career researchers, and the junior research software engineer people. And it's really trying to get those foundational software engineering skills sort of taught in a 2-day or a 4 half-day sort of structure. On the left here, we can see there's about 9 episodes. It largely goes through so building up a software project. How do you structure up a project? Adding in version control. So a lot of people already have a project. This teaches you sort of how to incorporate Git into this. So the idea with this lesson program is that you've done some introduction command line, some introduction programming language like R or Python. This one in particular focuses on Python, and you've got some exposure to version control. So it's not teaching the absolute basics of that, but it's showing you how you can take a project and incorporate these skills into it. After you've set up a project, we're now delving into the idea of software environments, making your environment reproducible. So it's not just a works on my machine issue, but as you're going about developing, you're capturing the dependencies of this project. Moving into sort of more of the coding aspect, so the code readability is largely about reorganizing code so that it becomes sort of more logical, doing some formatting, going through, showing people, remove the stuff that you no longer need. So clean up your code as you go. Ideally, use some third-party libraries. Don't write everything yourself if solutions already exist, and put in liberal amounts of comments about what's going on. On the code structure area, this is now focusing on the principles of like don't repeat yourself. So looking to functionize or modularize your code, and also setting up a better sort of file, establishing a file and directory structure that your project can work on nicely. So really thinking about that modularization side of things. Code correctness. This is where the idea of like automated testing comes in. So we've got many people do informal testing, but this is where I suppose the engineering side of things really comes in, the idea of formalizing some of those tests. So your unit tests, integration tests, regression tests, the idea of continuous integration, continuous development and deployment. So things that people, I think the idea here is largely exposing people to the idea that these things exist so that they can go off and find things and learn more for stuff that they need. Software documentation, that one largely focuses on documenting your code, but also the documenting of the project itself. So things like readmes, how to cite it, licensing, and then there's a few bits about how to actually generate documentation websites or things like that so that people can get the most out of the project as you stumble upon it. And then sort of finally, there's this idea of creating an open software. How do you manage it? How do you collaborate? And so that's bringing in the idea of, if you can, make your code public. How do you set things up so that your code can be cited? That's usually a very important metric for people in research. And then on the collaboration side, it's going into the idea of how do you develop in a collaborative manner, say through Git. So bringing in the idea of developing on branches, using pull requests, using issues all within GitHub. So this lesson looked extremely cool. I'm super excited about it. And largely it sort of gave a nice structure for the next question that we have in our Google Doc. So if you come down on the left, where's my thing? I'll throw it in there. So if you open up your the menu system, you'll see that there's a whole bunch of titles there. If you come down to the what issues have you had with research software, I'd give you a couple of minutes to sort of think about, in your experience and with research software, what are some of the issues that you've come across? What are your bugbears? Especially thinking in that with the research software engineering sort of hat of development, testing, documentation, all that sort of thing. Fill in some ideas, and then we'll be able to summarize and sort of work through that for a little bit. I can see a bit of a theme coming out here with lack of support, both from the project side of things, but also from a continuing to support things, becoming abandoned. Yeah, I suppose there's the continuous challenge of how do you get funding and continuous maintenance of a project and stopping things getting abandoned. Doesn't work on my machine problem. Lack of documentation. Cool. Right, we can see that it's a very good laundry list of issues, very common themes coming out there. Right, I'll hand over to Chris if you want to sort of highlight the discussion. We'll get the breakout rooms ready for as soon as you want me to push the button.
Oh yeah, thanks, Murray. Yeah, great to see some of these comments coming through and the themes that are coming through there. Certainly can relate to a lot of this. I mean, so in the next step, I think we are going to go out into breakout rooms, and there was the aim really, I think, there was to look at identifying the current state at different institutions, and we had maybe three questions to look at to leading the discussion. So maybe the first one would be, what skills do we currently see people with at our institutions, and what skills do people need training for? And also what training is missing. So where are the gaps where we could have more training? And I think the idea here is we're going to work in the shared document. So you'll get separated out into four to six groups, I think, Murray. And there should be like a page further down in the shared document where one page for each group where you can start to take notes. It'd be great to take notes in the document about your discussions in your breakout rooms, and then we'll come back for a few minutes afterwards to recap, do a summary of the discussions. So I think, should we go out to the breakout rooms, Murray?
Yep. I'll just point out, take note of which room you're in. Down on the side menu, there is a page for each group. And I see Janet's got her hand raised.
Just clarification, are we doing both discussions in this particular going into the breakout rooms or just number one?
Just number one. Thank you. Great clarification. All right, I will hit the create button and us facilitators will bounce around groups. We'll be there for 10 minutes and we'll bring everybody back.
Cal, Russell, just checking that you're here and can join a breakout room. Rudolph, you too? If possible, please to join a breakout room. Oh, all good, Michelle. Do you want to disconnect and join us again? Maybe that could help.
Should probably stop sharing.
So we've got quite a few people in the main room.
Room 4 looks fairly empty-ish. So
So I'll start bouncing. Which one did you take, Murray? Are you going to one or sorry, two or Chris, you two? Are you?
Which one do you want me to go? Yeah.
I think just bounce around.
Oh yeah.
Because once you're in, you'll be. It looks like we've only actually got 5 rooms, so
yeah.
Keep losing participants.
Cool.
Which one are you going to, Murray?
Shiva 1. Somebody's not in.
1, okay.
I'll jump into 4 since it's emptiest.
Okay, I'll take.
Maybe I go to. I'll go to 5. Maybe.
5, 2 looks slightly empty as well. I'll go to 2. Okay. No, not 2. Which one was empty? 4 has taken 7. Okay, let's see. 8.
As we wait for people to return, I'll just remind you to remute your microphones if you're busy discussing. And I expect we'll have an influx of people in about 4 seconds. Cool. Welcome back. Back to you, Chris.
Oh yeah, thanks, Murray. So hopefully everyone had some good discussions in their breakout rooms. We've got maybe 5 minutes just to go through each group and have a quick summary of the discussion. So I mean, first off, we could just go through the groups in order, and if somebody from that group is willing to just say a few words about their discussions and just have a quick summary, that would be great. So is anyone from discussion from group 1? I'm just scrolling up in the screen. Maybe I should share as well. See if I can share that screen. Did we have anyone from group 1 who wants to say a few words about their discussion?
We were talking about having even a common language for people who don't have essential skills to understand. Because if you can't explain your problem, it becomes very difficult to talk to people who can help you. And the other point I made, I'm not sure, is that we don't shrink fit. This is my point, that we don't shrink fit what a researcher needs to get past their roadblock. And say, okay, you need this. Okay, these are the 3 things that you'd need. You might need to do introduction to Git. You might need to talk to me when you come back. You might need to do this if it's too complicated. Because I've heard situations where people have gone through and gone, oh, but that didn't solve my problem. My problem is too complex to be solved with the introduction to. And you might go through a lot of programs and it still won't be able to solve your problem. You'll need to talk to someone. And that's why I think Hacky Hours plus other things are really valuable, to be able to get unstuck and have like an individual learning plan that could be documented, so that the next time you go and talk to someone, you can just share that and people can get up to speed with what you've been learning.
Yeah, thanks. That's really interesting. Yeah. Yeah, so sharing how you're learning and letting others catch up quickly that way. So should we move on to group 2? Is anyone from group 2 who wants to have some comments on their discussion?
I mean, I can try to summarize. So we didn't actually answer all the questions. We sort of got stuck at the first question because we spent some time about introducing ourselves, which was actually quite nice. And it turns out that in our group we were sort of split between Earth Sciences New Zealand and BSI, 2 organizations heavily represented in our group. So the first, we started by just enumerating a number of things that came to our head, but I think where we got stuck a little bit because of the importance of what kind of missing training there is. I think we realized that although there is training about source version control, I think what probably lacks a little bit is the motivational aspect and how to make source version control really effective in collaboration. So maybe that would be the next step in terms of training, that motivation, but also to make it easier to collaborate, or within a larger group. And I think there were also some talks about packaging, which is a part of collaboration. So everything is focused towards easing or facilitating collaborations in some sense.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. So nice to see the theme around collaboration coming through there. Moving on to group 3. Anyone from group 3 would like to summarize their discussion?
Yeah, I can do that. So we kind of had it that the first 2 questions kind of almost combined, that a lot of people who are using the skills are coming from a science domain specific area where they've got a lot of knowledge about their data or their domain, but not really any in the code design or version control and things like that. So while there is things around version control, they might be geared towards the wrong level, in that they're not geared towards people who have no computing background whatsoever, more people who have some. Equally, good software, data management, and other good best practices are not taught from the beginning. And so you end up with linear scripts that are used for analysis not being appropriate or scalable to production systems. And yeah, as everyone else has said, attending a workshop is great, but if you don't support those attendees to continue to use those skills in their own work, either with one-on-one mentoring or some other continual use, then it's pointless trying to teach them.
Thanks, Janet. And then to group 4. Anyone from group 4 want to say something?
The main theme from our group ended up being not sure what training is out there, and any training that is or was ongoing was in a very ad hoc sort of manner. So there wasn't much structure to find something, try and learn it, and hope that whatever you found was good.
Thanks, Murray. And we've got group 5 as well. Does someone from group 5 want to just recap quickly the discussion?
Hi.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, is that you, Tom? You want to go for it?
No, you go, Nick.
All right. I think basically very similar to what we've just been hearing, sort of this difference between the basics and what you need to have as a structured understanding to really use those tools well, was something I think the longer running check-ins and training protocols that help really reinforce those skills. People go to a lovely course and then they don't have the opportunity to put it into practice in a sustained way, and they lose some of that awareness. So how do we sort of put the practice together with the training was a couple of themes.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, so it seems to be a running theme that it's important what happens after the workshops, not just delivering the workshops themselves. I'm not sure how we're doing for time, Murray, but maybe I don't hand back to you at this point.
Yep, it'll work if you keep your screen shared.
Oh, yeah.
So with that idea of looking at what's sort of missing, what training people currently had, we're going to break out again. I'll keep the groups the same so you don't have to reintroduce yourselves. And this time we're looking at the discussion question 2, or session 2. There's about 4 questions there. We know you will not get through them all. So have a look through those questions, and as a group, pick one or whatever to start answering. Each group is in a different order, so if you pick the top one, we'll get a diverse set of responses when we summarize it. But largely, we're sort of looking at some of those questions around when we are doing training, how do we justify it? How do you measure things? So you might not be involved in training, but maybe you could take that from the perspective of, like, if I'm trying to get training myself, how do I justify the time? How do I find the things, how do I identify training that I need? That sort of thing. It's very diverse. We'll have, I'll say 7 minutes, and then I'll forcefully close the room. And then we'll have a bit of a wrap up, and I'll throw you some resources and things that I found along the way. And without further ado, let's reopen the rooms. All right, welcome back. I'll remind you to please mute as you come back. That's a sure sign that at least people were conversing. But now we'll go through, I'll go reverse order so that we probably won't get too much time. Wolfgang has raised his hand. I assume that's a 5-minute warning rather than him wanting to speak. Sweet, acknowledged. Right, group 5, discussion point 2. Is my window scrolling or am I on the wrong one? Sweet, thank you. Got 2 windows of the same content. Anyone from group 5 want to talk about what they talked about?
I can do this one maybe.
Sweet.
Yes. So there's, I guess it depends on where you are. There's sort of a spectrum of what you're able to offer and the level that you focus on. Some of us focus on absolute beginner stuff. Some of us are able to do a bit more and at a bit higher level. We also had an interesting discussion on how there are often external factors that influence the types of training that we're able to provide, that we don't necessarily have control over in terms of the shape of the organization, for example. But I'll keep that one under wraps, I think.
Cool. Thanks, Tom. In the spirit of time, I will randomly pick a number, and I will pick group 2. A volunteer from group 2 as tribute. Going once, going
No one
twice.
speaking. I was there, so I can speak to what was discussed. We ended up speaking a bit about like further support around training. So we talked about how can people how can training help with the resources that are available and what more can be added to the resources that may not be available. So advertising the Rian's workshops was key to that. And of course, the differences in what Genomics Aotearoa does and whether we could identify the gaps there on a national level. And attempting the internal carpentry style workshops, pre-recording workshops. Someone also mentioned, I think it was Jingli who mentioned having video, like recorded material run-throughs in YouTube, because people may not get the time from their line managers to attend like a 4 or 5 hour workshops online. So having resources available on YouTube as recorded resources might be worth it. And also docs in wiki format. So having more documentation was also something that was talked about.
Cool. Thanks, Tisha. And to keep Wolfgang from ending the session directly on me, I'll hand straight back to you to summarize and wrap up.
We are on time, right on time. So I'll be very, very, very quick. So just as a summary, of course, the groups more or less talked about, we've all touched upon the importance of tools and practices, training and learning as an entry point to understand and do our jobs better. And of course, we talked about the barriers and needs and how advanced practices and intermediate and advanced practices are key to furthering our learning. And of course, having a shared understanding around or building a common language around collaboration and scaling capability development. So hopefully this BOF, which I understand is just an hour, we talked about quite a bit, is a stepping stone towards that. So as we've tried to work through some next steps that might be useful for all of us, So we will be making sure that all of what was discussed in the Google Doc, we share that as a post-conference wrap-up. We'll also try to write this up as a poster or a paper of some sort, just to capture any of the useful discussions that have emerged as part of today in this 1 hour. And of course, given that the transition has happened, one of the things that came up in one of the groups was that they don't know about what training is available. So NZRSE previously used to focus a bit more on the HPC side of training, but hopefully as we transition over to REANS, the directive from the government is that we focus more on the national level training and support training nationally rather than just through the HPC side of things. So hopefully we can do more, as I was saying in the group that I was in, which is good and bad. Good because we have the approval to do more, but bad because we can't do it all, and we need to know, number one, what the gaps are, and that's where all of you come in. I need to hear from you what the gaps might be. 1 minute, Wolfgang. Yes, I will
Not really. I think
No?
I actually have to stop you because we're
Have to
already
stop?
over
Okay.
time. So,
All right.
okay,
Please go
the
through
final
the next
sentence.
step. Yeah, thank you, Wolfgang. Yeah, done. I'm done. Yeah.
All right.
Please go through the next steps. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Nisha. And so please put any further comments and suggestions into the chat. But sorry, I have to keep us on time a little bit, I think. But thanks for a great session. That was very interesting. Thanks for that. Okay, next up we have Michelle Barker and Richard Littauer from the Research Software Alliance, who will speak to us about institutional policy pathways for supporting research software, global trends and local actions. So Michelle, Richard, are you online?
I'm here and I'll start us off. Hi everyone, great to be here. Let me just share my screen so that we can get started with the slides. Let me go into the right view. Fantastic. So Richard and I are here today to talk about institutional policy pathways for supporting research software. So I'm Michelle Barker. I'm the director of the Research Software Alliance. I'll just talk for a few minutes and then we'll switch over to Richard and he can do his introduction then as well, just to save a little bit of time. To give you the agenda of what we'll be doing today, first I'll talk for 5 minutes about some work I've been involved in on global policy initiatives, and then Richard will talk for 5 minutes on some complementary pathways for policy, focusing on some work that he's been involved in. And then in the time we'll have left, we'll have a link into a Google document to talk a little bit, to learn from all of you on what's actually happening in the New Zealand system. And you can see there's a link to our notes, which also contains a link to the slides within that document if you want to be able to access those. Sorry. Just to start with talking about why policy is important. Whilst we're focusing on institutional policy, meaning for research organisations like research laboratories, universities, government research labs, of course policy is important at any level. Some of you have probably seen this diagram before. It's one that is used a lot in our sector. It's a strategy for culture change that explains that to get change, we need at least five different types of major change elements. Policy to make to encourage people to do what we'd like them to do by making things required. An incentive, an incentive and reward structure to make it rewarding. Communities to make it normative. User interface or experience to make it easy, although I often retitle that part of the slide as skills and training, and you've just spent a while discussing the importance of skills and training. And infrastructure, we need the physical infrastructure that will make things possible. So in a successful research software ecosystem that rewards and recognises the importance of both research software and its personnel, we need all of these things happening, whether they be at university or institutional level or at national or international level. So we're just focusing today on the policy piece. Just to give you a little bit of insight into what's happening in the broader international landscape in terms of policy that supports research software, there's a few really useful international policies that have come into being in the last 5 years. UNESCO have a recommendation on open science, which is the diagram there to the right. And it might be not readable, but one of the top little green circles is open software. The OECD also have a recommendation for their member states on access to research data from public funding, which includes a section on research software, and they're doing some new work on that at the moment. To expand that, and the United Nations have open source principles as well, not necessarily related specifically to the academic or research landscape, but certainly still important. So I wanted to highlight all those because if you're having conversations in your institution about why policy is important, you can always highlight that probably your institution should be aligning not only with national but also international initiatives. New Zealand is, of course, a member of both UNESCO and OECD, so is in fact bound to their recommendations, which are only soft law but has to report back on them every 5 years. There's also a link there to a database on some of the national policies that exist in other countries. And also the Amsterdam Declaration on Funding Research Software Sustainability has a toolkit, which is another useful resource, which links to some other things around policies that support research software. But I wanted to talk particularly about some work that I've been involved in for the last 18 months. It's just finishing up now. It was a combined Research Software Alliance, which is my organisation, and Research Data Alliance working group. So if you're at the International Data Week or Research Data Alliance plenary session in October in Brisbane, we'll be doing a session on it there. So we wanted to address 4 different issues in our work over the last 18 months. What exists in terms of policies that support research software in universities and research institutions? So we created a list of institutional software. You can go to that link and look at the database. I'll paste it in the chat when Richard's chatting. There's a section on how does policy change happen. We looked at a whole lot of resources that could be used. If you're wondering how to get policy change in your institution, have a look at some of those. It might help you with some ideas on how to get that change, at least that conversation starting, or who to talk to. We looked at who's implemented this already. So we did 4 case studies of implementation of research software policies, including one from the University of Melbourne. And then finally, we've done some categorization of policies to identify gaps. So just to explain a little bit what policies might include research software, if you're wondering what we're really talking about here, an institution might have a very large range of policies that all touch on things related to supporting research software and its personnel. So it could be things like an open source policy or an intellectual property policy. Now, I've put in green there the copyright and software licensing policy because many universities do at least have that. You can see on the other side of the column, there's policies, things related to things like number 12, research data, or number 13, diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. These may or may not include research software, but they could. Number 7, I've put in red, recruitment and promotion, because all of our analysis in the last 18 months show this is the weakest area. Very rarely is research software recommended there. So research software can exist in a range of policies, or it can exist in a single policy. So TU Delft in the Netherlands have a single overarching research software policy, although research software still then appears in a whole lot of their other policies. So that might just give you a bit of an overview of what we're talking about. So that's enough from me, and over to Richard.
Thank you, Michelle. I also work in the policy space, like Michelle. I work in a slightly different sector of it. So Curious is one of the main places where I'm putting my efforts these days. So besides, of course, being a student at Vic. Curious is a community for university and research institution OSPOs, open source program offices, where we're basically trying to bring it together and talk to every university which has an office that's been designated by the university administration as someone doing open source. Now, I know in New Zealand, we don't really have any of these yet. And so I'm not expecting anyone here to say, oh, yeah, my OSPO can join. But I wanted to share some resources about how it sort of works and how that can help out policies as well. The whole OSPO movement started from having organizations, corporate organizations started to have someone who does open source at the organization. And we realized that for research software and for open source software in academia, it can also be useful to have that in a university sector. And so if you go to the next slide, Michelle, we have around 60 members, individuals from around 26 institutions within Curious at the moment, mainly in the States, but also there's some in Ireland, there's some in the EU now, which is great. And I think we have some few more on the list, which is great. Next slide. Thank you, Michelle, for leading. Next. I think we just want to see this whole slide. So no two OSPOs are the same, which is really great. And so the reason I want to bring this up here is that it's useful to think about where, if you were to have one, or if you were to focus on building policies within your institution to help out research software, where would the best place to do that be? Would it be in the library? Would it be in the research center? Should you talk to IT about building policies? Should you talk to the computer science department? So this is sort of an idea for figuring out how am I going to think about making institutional change towards research software within my institution. You have to think about making sure that all these people are aligned or can help you and join you. Next slide, Michelle. Another thing about OSPOs is that none of them really look the same, and I actually think it's a pretty crap term, and maybe we should stop using it altogether. And I'm saying this as someone who has an organization with OSPO in the title, because really anyone who does these sorts of things at a university level is already doing the work of that. And so if at your university you're seeing this sort of stuff happening, that's great. And that's basically what we're also trying to enable, which is really nice. And you can see the second point there is advocacy and policy. I think it's more externally facing, but of course things like what license to use are also really relevant. Next, Michelle. So yeah, that was curious. I had another slide, but I'm not sure it made it in, which was we have like 100 patterns that you can use to help out figure out what policies are at your institution, which I'm willing to share. I'll share it in the chat. And what's really useful about that is that everything that we've been learning at Curious, we can also share with you. So that was a bit more external. The reason why Michelle and I are working together on this is that, oh, there it is. Yeah. So it's just that bit.ly link. Thank you, Michelle. The reason why we're working together is that we already cover a lot of the same ground between the two of us. And what I'm trying to do with Curious is really highlight how we can make institutional policy changes by just having someone at the uni who does that, especially. If you're really dedicated and already at uni and already connected, and I think in New Zealand this might be the case, and certainly in Australia as well, some of these resources may already be useful to you, and you can maybe just start and get going and help institute policy changes. Now, this is more on like the let's start doing it, but I think I've probably been talking too much. So let's go on to the next slide, Michelle. Do you want to take over again?
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Yeah, really interesting your comments about some of this work. All right, just in the 7 minutes that we have left for our talk, we really wanted to give the group an opportunity to engage around this. So if you'd like to go to the collaborative notes document, which is there at tinyurl.com/NZRSE-policy, then we're going to have a bit of an online discussion about these two questions. What's happening in your research institution or ones that you engage with regard to policy that supports research software and its personnel? Because we really want to make sure we provide an opportunity for all of you to learn from each other. One of the things we've really noticed in this work is that it's helpful to be able to be inspired by peers, to have a peer support network, and sometimes to tell your boss that other people, other organizations are doing this, so why don't we? Let me go now to that. So this is the discussion document. If you've gone to that URL, maybe Richard could just put it in the chat if anyone needs it. So feel free just to type into this, or if you really would like to contribute, you can put your hand up, and we'd certainly welcome any information from any of you about things that you're aware of in your organization, or even blockers that you're aware of in your organization. It's really useful to hear what others are doing. All right, let's see what we've got coming in. The administration has an AI policy working group. Fantastic to hear that they're looking at it in that level, because certainly internationally there's a bit of a blocker when everyone is talking about AI. They talk about the data and the models and the ethics and other exciting things, but sometimes seem to lack insight that all of that needs some software in the mix to work well. What else have we got? Policies are based on data models or software development rather than RSE role. Yes, that's certainly something that we saw internationally, that there are far more policies on the research software and recognizing and supporting it than on supporting the personnel. Wolfgang, would you like to speak?
That was just my 5-minute warning. So,
Okay, great, thanks. All right, while those answers are coming in, Richard, did you put in question 0? Did you want to explain that a little?
I did not, or if I did, I do not remember, which is very
I put
surprising.
it in,
Oh,
Matthew
thanks, Matt.
from Plant Food Research. Yeah, I just want to explore there's a whole assumption in the discussion that open source is of course the best model, and I wanted to sort of talk a little bit about that assumption and challenge it, because it seems that the next step from running an open source project is scrabbling around trying to get funding to maintain it over time, and the alternative is to have a commercial model. And which allows users to contribute to the cost of running the software. So I don't think the assumption that open source good, commercial bad for research software is necessarily the right assumption. So yeah.
Thanks, Matthew. It's a good point. Um, I wish I had a slide with a longer introduction to who I am and what I've been doing, because I've also been working on this organization called Sustain OSS for the last almost a decade now. And you can find the resources for that here, including 300 or so podcasts I've recorded with people about what sustainability means and how do they sustain their open source projects. It's pretty limiting to say this. It just means that you have to get wealthy funders, or it just means you have to go on Open Collective or GitHub sponsors and try to find money. And also, scrabbling around to find money isn't the only thing. There's a lot of different types of models within that. There's open core models, there's university models, there's grant models, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Academic and research software is a subset of open source that does find funding more difficult. And so I hear you that there is like a thing like, is it sustainable? And I just want to say, yes, it is, and there's many ways to do that. And I wish we had better resources for showing how to do that. One of the things I was trying to do with Curious, and the reason why I'm actually moving more towards there in my headspace than Sustain, is because I think actually having academics and RSEs recognized for the work that they're doing is the best way to making this work more sustainable. And that's one of the things that Michelle and I were trying to hope for today, is how people think about what are the things that we're doing already to make research software and OSS better. And how can we have the administration, how can we have other people sort of realize and recognize that, so that as a field collectively we can lift each other up. Michelle, does that sound about right?
Yeah, great. And I know we're almost out of time. So let me just wrap up by saying thank you all for those of you who've contributed to the Google document. Please do have a look at what your peers have written. Might give you some ideas of what's already happening in your own institution or nearby, or at least some of the other people that you could connect with to talk a bit more about this in the New Zealand context. Richard, any final words from you?
No, I think that's a pretty good summary. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Okay, thanks, Wolfgang. Back over to you.
Okay, thanks, Michelle and Richard. We have time for one or two very quick questions, if anyone has any. So I haven't seen anything in the chat so far.
I've got a question for Richard and Michelle. What's the most practical way that someone who might be a junior RSE in an institution could carry the baton for you? How do you raise that when you're not in those higher circles? Have you got any practical tips?
It's very difficult. I guess the main practical tip is continue to network and continue to push for that work to be recognized by saying, here's the stuff that I've been working on here. And I think another thing you can do, which is more Kiwi than American, is to point to everyone else who's doing great RSE work. at your uni and help lift them up as much as possible, and then it'll come back to the field in general. I don't really have tips for that. It's the most difficult part of setting up infrastructure. One thing which may be useful is to have policies, like to have policies in mind, write a draft, and then pass that on to administration, pass it on to other professors, etc., and say, listen, we should really have a policy for this, and here's why. Here's a start for it. Can you help me on this one? Can we join together to make the university accept this or make our institution work on this? That might be one way. I'm sure there are others.
The only other point I'd make is that if influencing policy seems difficult to you, but in the Pro4RS working group that I was discussing, the second reference that I gave is a list of references that discuss exactly this, how to influence people in your university, and give some examples. So have a look at that for ideas. The only other point I'd make is that if you can't directly influence policy, work on things like training and skills, because you can't ever have a policy until people have been trained and have the skills, or at least it's very bad to implement a policy that people aren't trained to know how to support. So working on other elements of that triangle that I showed can also provide the groundwork that enables the institution to be ready when the policy conversation does come up. Thanks.
Okay, all right, thanks. I think we have to write up. But thanks again, Michelle and Richard. That's been great. Okay, let's move on. We have Arindam Basu from the University of Canterbury next, who will talk to us about development and validation of an algorithm for predicting HbA1c from continuous glucose monitoring data. Over to you, Arindam.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's a fantastic talk that I've been listening from Michelle and Richard. So what I'm going to do is probably pitch the talk more towards the lessons that we have learned in terms of research software. So let me share the slide deck. Yes, that's the best way probably to do that. Just a quick question. Are you able to view my slide deck?
Yeah, that works.
That's fantastic. So what I am going to talk about today is essentially the experiences that we had in our HRC funded project, where we were using several artificial intelligence machine learning algorithms for constructing human digital twins, where we would like to obtain continuous glucose monitoring data either from smartphones or from continuous glucose monitors as such, like Dexcom, and then and construct digital twins on that basis to affect a change in a person's clinical status. So let me give you a lowdown as to what I mean by that. So my name is Arindam Basu. I am at the University of Canterbury. And if you want to learn more about what we are doing, or if you have more questions, please do not hesitate to email me at my phone number. So the problem we wanted to address is one of type 2 diabetes, which affects roughly 4% of New Zealanders and disproportionately affects the Maori, Pacific Islander population, the Indians, and so on and so forth, some immigration groups. Essentially a lifestyle disease, but this disease can be reversed, or people can go into remission. And the definition of remission is this, that if a person can keep their glycosylated hemoglobin level at levels of 48 millimoles per mole on 3 consecutive occasions without using any medications, then that person is said to have gone into remission, or as they often call as reversal. Now, in order to do that, you need to have some kind of a personalized prevention, because a person needs to be motivated to stay in remission mode, having taken activities such as physical exercise, controlled diet, and controlled stress levels. So how do we do that? And for that purpose, our research group, when we started looking into this, we thought, how about designing a human digital twin, tweak the human digital twin, and then pass back information back to the physical twin, so that there is so that these behaviors can be reinforced and affected. But that would mean that we would need to do a lot of work on a lot of data crunching in terms of getting data from a person's continuous glucose monitors or a person's smartphones and so on and so forth, and then process that data. And then after processing that data will need to be passed back onto the person. So basically, the person becomes a patient in the middle, or a person in the middle, in the sense that we were going to train both a machine and a person together. So what have we learned in trying to do that? That work is still ongoing. So to give you an idea, and the HRC 24H27 in this slide tells you that this was funded by a HRC project. This is a grant number. So here is the scheme that we wanted to put into place. So we take data from the physical twin, who is a human, and then either using a continuous glucose monitor or perhaps using a Bluetooth connected glucometer. And increasingly, we are now trying to use smartwatch such as an Apple Watch or a Samsung Watch or another Android-based wristwatch, or it can even be done using rings. What we do is this, that we use photoplethysmography or a continuous glucose monitor to read the blood glucose monitors, and then that blood glucose level is fed into a machine learning algorithm. Then that predicts the HbA1c. What you're seeing here is we were initially looking at 55 millimoles per mole as the cutoff, because that's a safer level of HbA1c for a person with long-standing diabetes. And then we run an algorithm that either you don't take any action or you generate some kind of an action based on if that increases the 55 millimoles per mole. But ideally, it could be like 48 millimoles per mole. Anyway, without getting into the numbers game, what we now run is on the server itself, we're going to run something like a reinforcement learning that then generates the messages and then passes it back to the person. So the person then takes an action, it reflects real time on their blood glucose level, and then the whole cycle continues. So in order to do that, there are two ends to it. There are the human beings, and therefore at the moment what we're doing is we are piloting how we might use a continuous glucose monitor that then can calibrate and give us the accurate data on HbA1c. And I'm going to tell you about the problems that we're facing in doing that work, particularly with the research software side of it. But for the moment, this is a QR code that you can click. If you click the QR code, it'll take you to a RedCap questionnaire, and you can then learn about the project. And if you are interested, or if you feel that you qualify for the project, you can fill in, and then we will be contacting you and providing you with the tools, etc., etc. So what the physical person needs to do is that person needs to wear a Dexcom device. A Dexcom is a continuous glucose monitor. We're going to provide that for free. You are going to use the Dexcom device for 10 days. The Dexcom automatically shares the glucose data. And at our end, we are going to use convolutional neural network to get the time series data. And then we are going to generate the glucose levels. And from there, we're going to run a series of tests to get glycosylated hemoglobin. And then what we will do is this, that based on reinforcement learning algorithms, we will be generating messages that are then passed to physical humans using a series of digital humans. In other words, your digital replica is going to be created on a server, and then that server will then talk back to you, and then you take actions, and then you modify your physiological levels. So basically what we are doing is we are creating a framework, or what is called creating the digital humans, physical humans, treating a physical human or a patient in the middle. We are generating these mechanisms that can that will obviate the need for further medication-based control of diabetes. So people can be kept free of disease for a longer period of time. So it's an application of digital therapeutics, or think of it like software being used as a medical device. So this is the code, and if any of you are interested to inspect the code, it is in the form of a gist. So it reads from Dexcom devices, and from the Dexcom devices, we are going to extract the glucose data and then use the glucose data to predict the HbA1c, and the HbA1c is then going to model the clinical state and then design messages. And so here is the other gist, which is the HbA1c prediction algorithm. And again, if you're interested, you can please email me in this address, and we can do this. So the work that we have done so far has accomplished that we can read from smart watches, and then we can compare with HbA1c performance, and in future, what we would like to do is to read from smartwatches. At the moment, we can read from continuous glucose monitors, but in future, we should be able to read from smartwatches, such as an Apple Watch or a Samsung Watch, using photoplethysmography, and then we would like to compare it with the HbA1c performance as a gold standard, and then we are going to generate the messages and then put the patient in the middle using the AI ML framework. So far, so good. But what seems to be the problem, or what seems to be some of the things that is relevant to an RAC community? First of all, when you want to set up an artificial intelligence or machine learning algorithm, the first thing that you need are training data. We have learned that there is scarcity of training data, not because the data have not been collected, but there is a reluctance, or there has been roadblocks where those data are not easily shared. There are international databases, but they don't really easily share the training data as much. So for example, we wanted to access all of us data sets that is collected in the United States, but we had to go through a number of steps where institutional agreements and so on and so forth that had to be put in place, and it takes months to get that in place. We tried to obtain data that were obtained by the Chinese scientists, but the problem there was this, that their ethics requirements, or their ethics restrictions, would not let them share data with external parties. In other words, although they said that data will be shared with reasonable requests, it seemed that no request is reasonable enough for them to share their raw data that we can then process. Then there were issues around data storage, because we are working at the moment partly with NZRSE to some extent, and then Catalyst Cloud at the moment, where we can still store our data that comes out from the devices. But these are massive data sets, because once the program scales, we'll need to think on how we want to process them, and add to that the costs of running large language models. So we have to figure out a way in which we can either use small language models or run large language models locally. We have not quite done that as yet. The third problem that we have faced were the problems with data ethics, particularly obtaining Maori data, because they have got their own principles and they have got their specific requirements that we need to follow. So those are, at the moment, we have got our expert, Dr. Karatia Nataru, who is an expert in AI and data ethics aspects when it comes to Maori obtaining Maori compliance and data ethics. And this is important for us because the Maori are, they suffer like 2.5 times to 3 times from the complications and prevalence of diabetes compared with New Zealand Europeans. So that's another thing that we need to be mindful of. And how do we put the messages using the proper language and proper ethics and etiquette that we can get compliance from our Maori brothers and sisters. The fourth roadblock that we have come up is that of the API issues. Now, we decided to work with Dexcom because that's one of the better designs, or that are one where the APIs are easily available. But it turns out that Dexcom has changed their API, and therefore, again, at the moment we are working with one set of ways to obtain the API, obtain the data from the Dexcom devices. I do not know how we might be obtaining the data once the API changes, because we have not yet got the updated API. We haven't got to see what that would look like. So that's another thing that we need to be mindful of, the frequency of the transmission of the glucose levels and how we're going to read them and what we're going to do with this. So that's another practical issue that we are facing at the moment. The second one is the sensor kit from Apple. And now, once again, with it again involves a complicated application process to Apple before Apple will let us use the sensor kit so that we can read it from their devices. So those are some of the things that are important for us, or for anyone who wants to work with research software to read these things, need to be understood. Then there are software issues, because when we started, we wanted to see whether we can use, either Keras or some kind of a Julia programming, but we found out that with some servers, Julia does not scale. In other words, we could not get Julia to work on some of the servers where we wanted to work on these things. So therefore, we have gone back to Python, and we are using Keras either on a PyTorch or a TensorFlow environment. And I think I'm going to finish it off, and then I'm going to take your questions once more. So here's the thing: those of you who are interested to take part in the project, I welcome you. This is our website, and this is a QR code where I welcome you to consider joining us and participating in it. And here are our teams. Here is a team. This is funded by HRC. I'm the principal investigator, and we have got Simon, who's looking at constructing the digital humans. We've got Paula, Payman, Karatiana, Jalal Muhammad, Stephen Rotuva, and we are supported by the University of Canterbury, and we receive partial material support from Dexcom, who has provided us with the devices. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Aaron. So we have a few minutes for questions, if anyone has any. So I haven't seen anything in the chat, but please do speak up if you have a question.
Had you known, talking about the API issues, had you known about the difficulty in maintaining those API changes, would you have changed your mind about what you used in terms of the software?
Well, that's a fantastic question, Roland. And I think what I don't know at the moment, I cannot really give you a good answer on the spot. But one of the things that we were thinking is this: that if we were going to use directly from the devices, read the glucose levels. And that's where the Dexcom API is going to be important for us. Now, you can read from Dexcom API. That's not a problem. But I do not know what happens when they're going to change their API. So that's the uncertainty that I was referring to. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Okay, we have time for one more question, if anyone has any. Maybe a quick one from me then. Where do you run this? So do you run this on premises somewhere at the university, or do you use the cloud for the data collection and the compute?
Yeah, okay. So at the moment, the data we are running these on for testing, we are using our own servers at UC. And we have got, we can use the Catalyst cloud infrastructure where we can run the AI models. So that's where we are working on at the moment. And I did approach NZRSE for hosting the project, and we can, because it's an HRC funded project, and we'll probably approach them over again. We did some initial testing we found out at that time that we could not run Julia programming, but that's not a problem now. So we could probably using NSE in future.
Great, thanks very much, Arindam. I saw there's one question from Zane in the chat. Arindam, could I get you to answer that in the chat, and then we'll move on to our last speaker for the session. That's Rowland Mosbergen, who will talk to us about Redmayne, a lightweight ecosystem for research data management across organizations and diverse data types. Over to you, Rowland.
Thanks. Just let me know if you can't hear anything. A thumbs up is great. So I wanted to talk today around the general problem around research data management, solution and architecture, a wireframe, some examples of what Redmayne might look like, the pros and cons of Redmayne, and its current status and the future. So the problem is that managing data is really freaking hard. It's like managing a library system 30 years ago. So we've got an old school way of learning out a book from a library where you had a card in the background, you had to stamp, and then you had to write down a number, and then you had to put the card away in a filing cabinet and give the book. And the way we manage data is very similar to that, where we don't give researchers the tools. And the tools that researchers need can be encapsulated in some of the key questions, like where is the data my postdoc worked on 4 years ago? These are usually tend to be life sciences, since I'm in a medical research institute. My lab folder is disorganized. How can I organize it? Where are the tools designed for me to help manage my data? And in one particular study from 2015, I'm disorganized. There are only 24 hours in a day. And that just highlights that there isn't enough time for people to be able to get on top of things. They need help. And this is a broad challenge across all research domains. So in that same study, 57.9% of researchers said they had data management issues or they didn't know. And 90% of publications mentioned the lack of time, which contributes to the stress of researchers. And this is something that was actually brought up in that training discussion we had earlier on, is that if they don't have time, how can they have time to be able to do things properly and learn, like, say, research software engineers learn? And then you start to think about researchers with complex challenges, and these three groups are not well served. So researchers working on multi-organizational multi-omics projects, again, this is a bit of a life science spin, clinical registries that have multi-omics data sets where there's multiple data sets from the same patient, and individual labs have both a legacy data problem and a data influx problem. And currently, the systems that we tend to use in institutions ignore the real challenges. And success should be more based on uptake, not delivery. And one of the challenges that are faced is making ingestion easy. And this is why usually uptake is generally low. Whenever I ask someone who's implemented a research data management system, I ask them, what's the uptake like, especially for old data sets? And that's the real answer in terms of the success of the project. Giving an instant return on effort for the researcher, there are many solutions built to actually benefit the organization from a compliance perspective. And you need to minimize costs and complexity because many solutions are too complex for researchers and smaller organizations. Sometimes even for bigger organizations, and you get cost blowouts. So the solution is to make it easier for researchers and create an ecosystem designed by researchers for researchers. And this can be difficult because we're dealing with lots of different data types. But we need to think about replicating the library systems of today, like this barcoding scanner that you need to use to actually take your book out of the library nowadays. You want to be able to save time right now by creating easy-to-use curation tools to streamline ingestion. You want to save time in the future by being able to retrieve info easily via a web platform, similar to what you'd see in a real-life physical library. And to actually keep track of projects. So by being able to keep track of all files across institutions for your project, it's a proxy for understanding how well your project is going. So I'd like to introduce the Research Data Management and Analysis Environment, Redmayne. This is a lightweight ecosystem with an online catalog. The idea is to create tools to import information quickly and easily. And the architecture is set up to handle these complex cases with multiple organizations and different research domains. And the idea is to make it easy for researchers to be able to run this semi-independently. So this is a stylized architecture diagram. And I'll talk about the data registry, which is metadata in the middle here. This data registry acts like an online library catalog for research data to point out where the data is, which is over on the left, and where the apps are, like your app store in your phone. So the data registry points to the data portals and to where the big data actually sits within the organization. And we want to have tools, which are shown by these two little small things here, ingestion tools to be able to streamline ingestion into the data registry and into the data portals. Organizations need to continue to store big data on site as this is cheaper. And these data portals are visualization tools, mainly web-based, that provide visualization for the smaller summarized data sets. So the big data comes in here. Once you've narrowed it down and you've analyzed it and you've done your quality control, you'll be able to visualize it, share it with other people in these visualization tools. And see, Bioportal is for genomics. You could have Amero or RedCap or Omeka for digital arts and social sciences, humanities, arts, and social sciences. This is a battle-tested architecture. We've been engaging with researchers for 2 years, and we've designed and built proof of concepts, more than one, with 47 interns over the last 2 years, and now we're building a public demo. We've received suggestions and feedback from researchers and instrument platforms over that time, and we've also built in the experience of supporting multi-million-dollar, multi-omics, multi-organizational projects. So I'm going to give you a little bit of an idea of what the data registry might look like in the future. In this situation, you've got a project summary for this project called Tuft. And in this project, you have 60 patients and 108 physical samples. And because we're keeping track of things at a file level, we can then say, based off the 108 samples, only 18 samples have the full whole exome sequencing tumor normal data that we're expecting based off the files that we're keeping track of. And similarly, for the single-cell RNA-seq dataset, we've only got 10 out of the 108 samples. So the principal investigator, Professor X, might say, why is our single-cell RNA-seq so low? Do we need to reach out to that sequencing facility? What's happening? And it also allows you to be able to provide a breakdown of total size of data sets in different organizations as well. This is a sample overview. So one of the ideas in Redmayne is that you'd be able to keep track of sample, patient, metadata that is not personalizable. So it doesn't identify, non-identifiable. And then you can use that to connect with the files and be able to show for a sample whether they have their data set is fully complete or not. Because they want to have multiple data sets. If there are ones across the board, then we know that this sample is ready to go. And over on the right, there are other ways to view the information and also provide data governance information around key contacts and documentation, data agreements, all those other sorts of things. And you can also have a list of data sets for this particular project, and you can have a breakdown of how the files that we want to keep track of, how large they are and how they're contributing to your quota. Because actually it is very difficult for researchers to even answer a simple question like this. Now, as I said before, ingestion tools are key. So because ingesting data into any system is the key challenge. And here's an example of a local script that could look for specific types of files based off the extension, grab the information, and then output them into a HTML file to be human readable, and into a JSON file to be machine readable so that they can be brought back to the data registry. And then the magic can happen from there. So why Redmayne? Well, as the background of the experience and understanding of working in software data and as a program manager, while working with research and instrument platforms, I've seen firsthand the gaps in the tool set that we need for research data management. And one of the big gaps is that there's no easy way to ingest data and provide return on effort almost immediately. So co-design with researchers for research is allowing them to have a benefit right from the start. A lot of the time, research data management is if you do this for us, the institution will be compliant and it might help someone down the track. And as we said, if researchers are busy, that's not a really good benefit for them. And the other idea is that it's a flexible solution, and I think it can handle most situations, including across organizations when it comes more mature, especially in digital humanities, arts, and social sciences. So what do other research data management solutions do? If we look at whether it's a flexible ecosystem or a specific platform, or whether it's built for researchers or built for institutions, many of the tools out there are designed for the organization and they're a specific platform. They're not built for researchers. And many of the tools that are platforms are not ecosystems so that they have a more limited focus. So for example, GenV is only focused on multi-omics, whereas RedHomain could handle that digital humanities, arts, and social sciences data. And that's where you're looking at a flexible ecosystem that's built for researchers. iRUDS, Redbox, and MediaFlux, I think would all be part of an ecosystem, but they do not comprise an ecosystem. So what are the downsides of RedMan? Well, we need to raise resourcing and raise awareness of this problem. So while the interns are very useful for working alongside of proof of concepts, we need more expertise to finish a working demo with synthetic data. And again, that ties into you can't make people experts really quickly. Sometimes you have to bring them along. That was in the training discussion we had earlier on. We have this gray area around ingestion versus security to build confidence of institutions to send file-level metadata to external parties. And I think it needs long-term community buy-in to be successful. And I think this needs to be global research software engineering buy-in when we're building applications, web applications in particular, around visualization and analysis. So how can the research software engineering community help? You could help develop standards for web apps. So the idea is to design and develop a standard for interoperable web research apps that is lightweight, yet useful and practical. And then help make it easy to build to those standards by creating open source tools and knowledge so that these standards are part of the initial design and development and also speed up the development process for research software engineers when they're building their next web application model for researchers. So the key stages for Redman at the moment is to finalize the public demo with synthetic data so that people can get an understanding of what that means. To create a test private demo with some collaborators, and then increase the number of interoperable apps, these web apps that allow visualization and analysis of summarized data. And then to do a test private demonstration with international partners to prove the multi-organizational capability across institutions. So these are all the interns who helped work with it, as well as people who provided feedback into the project. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and thanks very much, Roland. We have a couple of questions and a comment in the chat. So Gilliam Mora asks, hi, can Redmayne deal with clinical trials for drug discovery?
Yes, so the impression that I get, I've talked with people who've worked in clinical trials, and I could definitely see this working. The identifiable information would be stored slightly out of the ecosystem in somewhere like REDCap, but REDCap could be linked to the ecosystem so that you can find the REDCap project very easily to get into, and it would have a separate set of security to be able to access that identifiable data. So yes, this was actually built around with cohort trials in mind, cohorts in mind, but I think it would work with clinical trials.
There's also a second question. Do you have any guidelines for adoption? I think you touched on this a little bit already, but
yes, I think the next step is to write sort of like a policy around how do we make our web services interoperable in an ecosystem, and that would fit quite nicely. And I'm talking very, very high level here, like have you got it set up in a Docker environment? Have you got some test data that you can use to be able to spin it up and make it easy to run? If it's more than one Docker container, have you got a Docker Compose file to be able to pull that together? The idea is that if I'm a institution that is under-resourced, I want to be able to set up my research data management ecosystem in a very short amount of time to test it out and to trial it. And I think that's something that's missing at the moment.
Carl comments, so www.redmain.com gives him a 503 error. Is that the wrong website, or is that
That's
another one?
that's the wrong website, but also the current website has an out-of-date SSL certificate. So you'll need to
Okay.
trust that it's going through there. But I can share those things a little bit later.
Mhm.
And I saw this one around data validation and managing data quality. At the moment, it's based off file level. So the idea is to be able to say, these are the files that tie into this patient or this sample. I want to be able to link to it so I can find things together. So that if you were using something like multi-QC, if you were to put that somewhere or using Mega QC, you'd be able to link to those results. So it's not about having everything in the one space. It's once you get into the ecosystem and say you found Mega QC and the quality control things, you could easily navigate to the files that generated those quality control things. So it's not trying to bring everything in, it's trying to connect everything up in a way that makes it easy.
Then Nick asks, can you expand on bringing value to researchers? This remains a big barrier. What first steps could we take?
Absolutely. So one of the challenges is one time I asked a researcher, how big are the files that you get for your your clinical imaging? It took him and he was well organized. So he went to his spreadsheet, he found where the folder was, he copied the link, he went to the thing, and it took him 10 minutes. And at the end of 10 minutes, he said, I don't know. I'll have to come back to you. Even when we ask someone to get more storage and we say, how much data do you need? We can't even give them tools to say how much data they currently have and have a rough guesstimate, right? So these are some of the tools that I think we can provide to researchers if we're keeping track of things at a file level. And if you want to get involved, just reach out to me in the chat. And there's also a link there. Be happy to answer questions.
I actually have a question as well. So I have a feeling, or it feels a bit like the problems are always a bit the same in terms of people knowing about the tools and so forth. Do you think we're keeping up with the world in that there's this huge explosion of data and the need for data to train AI models and all these things, or are we always outpaced by where and we just can't keep up with creating the tools that can handle it and upskilling people?
We had a talk from Michelle and Richard around, raising the policy around research software engineers, right? But we don't actually raise the question around data curation and the people who do the data curation. So I listen to a lot of chronically ill people. And one of the things that they say about AI is, how are you training AI on clinical information when I know that my clinical diagnosis was wrong for 10 years? And I only talked to someone and they diagnosed it properly. And I think this is a real challenging aspect around understanding what is actually the problem. And sometimes I feel we go chasing shiny lights without actually reflecting on what are we really seeing and who are the people with the least amount of power and what do we need to do to empower them to be able to get their job done.
Mm-hmm.
And it can be really interesting, the dynamic that plays out, because researchers actually have a lot of power when it comes to bringing in funding, but they don't have a lot of power when it comes to research data management tools, for example. And so if you can be, the different lens that you bring to it allows you to be able to identify these things.
Okay, thanks, Ron, and thanks for a great talk and discussion. And that's the end of our session. So I'd like to thank all our speakers and both organizers again. And also my apologies, Nisha, that I was a little bit brutal before, but it's been a very long session. So I thought that we need to keep the time so that people can go into a well-deserved lunch break. And Mercedes, did you want to say something?
Yes, I was just saying we're on lunch now until 1:55. So, okay, welcome back, everyone. Alex and John, I have you up first. I just want to make sure I've got Nick Snellgrove and his team here from EPI. Perfect. And Wolfgang, where are you hiding? Perfect. Got you all here. Great. I'll do the raise hand 5 minutes before your time, and then I will give you another one 1 minute before. So without further ado, John and Alex, can you get us started?
Well, hopefully you'll see the slides coming up. If not, just let me know. All good? Okay, thanks. For the conference, I think it's the ninth year that I'm attending the NZRSE conference. We used to be called, I think, the Coding Conference. So with a great pleasure to be part of the conference. So this is a presentation in conjunction with John, who is product manager at University of Auckland, and George Ray, who is on leave for the past few weeks. But something that we wanted to share, and that's the impact of large language models and agentic development on e-research. It's something that potentially will change, the way we are doing business in our field. So at the end, I guess the goal of the presentation is really to share our experience with using generative AI for code and project development. So during this presentation, we'll go over, a few points. I mean, one of them is, what are large language models, and also the different ways we can talk to a large language model, as well as review a number of applications of large language models in e-research. We'll also have an example of LLM or large language model conversation for code generation. And we also talk about agentic development, and this will be presented by June. At the end, we'll have a summary. So the large language model is really essentially an AI, artificial intelligence system, which is trained to understand and generate and manipulate human language. And it's a system that needs a large amount of data to be trained. Just to give you an idea, I mean, ChatGPT was released in 2022, and there has been a huge development since then, and it's moving very, very fast. So you can see on this particular plot that on the left hand side you have the amount of energy that it actually takes to train a model. Versus the number of parameters which run in the trillions at this point, and it's increasing. So we right now we're at the level of ChatGPT 5. The next version might use 2 trillion parameters. To give you a context, I mean, one gigawatt hour, that would be essentially a nuclear reactor running for 1 hour, roughly. That's what they need in terms of training energy. Now, how do you talk to an LLM or a large language model? There are different ways. I mean, the one way would be to use the prompt and just connect to the website, ChatGPT, for instance, being one of them. You can also interact with an LLM through the web browser. So if you're using Google Chrome, for instance, then everything would be interpreted. Your search will be interpreted through an LLM. The second way is to integrate your LLM into integrated in a development environment, an IDE, and in which case you program. You have an editor which is some sort of a smart editor. This works actually quite well with VS Studio, VS Code, and then You can also interact through an API, an application programming interface. I haven't actually done that personally myself, but certainly something that can be done. But also, more importantly, I think, and June is going to talk about that, you can use agents. An agent would be really something that will allow you to interact. It's a system that actually interacts with your environment. So whereas when you're using a prompt, essentially you're just entering some text and you get some response. With an agent, the agent would actually be able to do things, in your environment, such as create, a layout of your code, or actually write code, for example. So we're touching here the kinds of things that you can do with an LLM, and you can extract clean data, pre-process plot. You can do some search, literature search, for instance. You can write edit reports. You can generate Slurm scripts. That's one way. I mean, I use them quite often to do this. Just painful to write all the settings, and it would actually understand what can run on NZRSE or Rian's platforms. You can fix programming syntax debug. You can do code reviews. You can try to understand compiler errors. But you can also develop and set up environments and write tests. And I think that's an area where we can leverage LLMs and save quite a bit of time. So in this first example, I'm going to imagine that, okay, on the left-hand side here, I have the prompt, it's just an image that I copied from the web browser. So it's a real prompt which I applied yesterday. And the idea is to write a manager worker setup in Python using MPI. And I'm asking ChatGPT to do that. The worker executes a task that takes a number of milliseconds, and we let the task sleep, nm milliseconds. Each task has its own ID. Then the manager assigns tasks to the workers. There's a dependency between the tasks, and some tasks, can only be started when other tasks have completed. So in addition, the code should write log files to track the amount of time each worker spends during execution. So you can see that this is actually something fairly complex because, it has MPI in it, the message passing interface. So it's a parallel program. We have one piece of the code that is acting as a manager. Then we have workers which execute the tasks in parallel. And, within a few seconds, ChatGPT was able to generate something like 250 lines of code. And that included comments and, the code actually looked clean. So it was actually very nice to see that, and it was working on top of that. So, now, bear in mind that every time that you enter the same prompt, you're not going to get the same answer, because really what ChatGPT does is, it's like all LLMs it's really a statistical process. So you always get something that is slightly different. So, maybe if you enter the same prompt tomorrow, then you might get something that is not working. But that's really something that was working yesterday. The next prompt, which I asked ChatGPT, was, can you produce a diagram showing the dependency of the tasks? And then it came up with a Python code that, when I ran it, produced a graph, which I'm just showing to you. So it decided to come up with a number of tasks from T0 to T11, and each task is running a certain number of milliseconds that varies. We have some lines here that represents essentially the dependency between the tasks. So as you go down, essentially tasks are dependent on tasks above. So for instance, T3 depends on T0, T4 also depends on T0, and T5 on T1. However, T0 and T1 can start, without any other dependency. And that's also the case of T2. So now the idea is these tasks in particular, some of them can actually run in parallel, and some will have to wait for others. And so it's not necessarily an obvious task. But when I ran it, it seemed to work, and then, but was it actually producing the right result? So because I had asked ChatGPT to produce some log files, CSV files, I just wanted also some code to actually track or plot essentially the execution pattern of the system. And that's what it generated. So if you remember, we had T0, T1, and T2 were tasks that could actually start immediately. And so we have these three workers here. Each colored block here represents essentially a particular task executed by a worker, and that's the vertical axis. And then horizontally, we have the timeline. And then when some of these tasks were executed, then for instance T4 had to wait for T0 to finish, so then T4 can start, but T5 can start before, and so on and so forth. And that's what the system was able to generate. So that's an example of the kinds of application I think LLM can have, within when you sort of all add up and you do the checks and everything. I mean, you can definitely save a lot of development time. Now, I'm going to hand over to June. So I'll let June sort of talk, and then I'm going to change the slides as he requests. Up to you, June.
Oh, thank you, Kara. My name's Jun. I'm a product manager at the Digital Research Innovation and AI Group in the University of Auckland. And I was formerly in NZRSE with Alex until a few months back. And also I was formerly NZRSE in the uni from about 20 to 15 years ago. And I did not enjoy programming anymore, so I became a manager. And I'm trying to come up with a new joke. Those who can't do manage, and those who can manage AI agents. So, for my section, I'll be talking about a coding agent in particular, but there can be other types as well. So anyway, what you see here on the screen is me diving back into coding, agentic development to be more accurate. And I've created a tool for myself with the assistant of a coding agent built into my IDE. And some call it vibe coding. And that's when you don't write a single line of code or review the codes that's generated. So I was always interested in philosophy and fields like posthumanism and ethical implications of AI and AGI even, which is not the topic for today, but I'd been doing some personal research on these topics since about a year ago and collecting thoughts and ideas. And I really wanted to build a tool where I can visualize the ideas and have a way to find related concepts and also query LLMs while doing so. So the tool I was building, I wanted to integrate AI querying interface. So, in a sense, this is what I built. I was doing a research on AI. So to help with that, I used an AI to build a tool that uses AI. So next slide, please. So what you are seeing here is the cursor interface, which is a VS Code extension with AI assisted autocomplete. And on the right hand side, you have a regular query interface, but it has the context of your code base. So you can give it tasks and you can plan things together, and it looks at your code base, and it can also start from the scratch. And once it gets going, it will iterate until it deems it has made enough progress and let you know when it's done. So it is different to just using LLM queries because it's integrated and it has that context, and it's more than just inference because it has that scaffolding around the LLM models to be able to run commands. And every time it runs sort of shell commands or things like that, it will ask for your permission, and you can deny, accept, or accept all similar feature requests. And Cursor had that accept all setting as a YOLO mode. And it is a very powerful way of programming, and depending on the model you use, you can get really good quality. And you can also write plan doc together with task, and that's what I'm showing on the screen in the middle. So you can it will go through actually ticking them as it completes a task. And I was able to build that tool earlier, asking for a bunch of features, planning it together, and updating the plan as I go on. Next, please. So because it was a personal side project, I gave my coding agent Claude and Cursor pretty high privilege on my personal laptop. But we should really treat these cloud-based LLM agents like inviting a stranger into your home to help out fix things. So ideally, you could set these up in a sort of containerized environment even, and never actually share any code that contains sensitive information. And also you could set up your coding agent with a Git identity and let it make pull requests instead of making changes to the main branch and so on. And here's bunch of concepts for us to think about, but due to time constraint, I won't go into it. Next slide, please. Here's another little thing I asked AI to make. MetaBalls is a fluid-like computer graphic algorithm. And this was something I was testing with Claude Code to generate for me under 30 minutes. I was trying to experiment with creating a pluggable library that I can use elsewhere. So when it comes to coding, the new way of working with AI can be really empowering. It raises the floor, certainly, on what can be done and enables researchers to quickly generate code for some quick tests. And what I find is that the the agents really excel at writing codes for well-known problems and established algorithms and that are tedious to implement manually. So things like API integration, GUI widgets, and data transformation, those are like really good use cases. Next, please. Here are some tools I used. The only paid tool is Claude Pro subscription, which I still use. But all of these providers, they change a lot. Sometimes they decrease in quality as well. So you have to keep looking out for reviews and see what's going on. But there are definitely some free alternatives, like Klein and RuCode for IDE integration, and Hugging Face has some free models that you can use as well. And I mainly use Perplexity AI for non-coding inquiries. Next slide, please. So what changes with the new power? Generating code is cheap now. It is empowering, but with all the new code comes the cost of maintenance, and it can also lead to feature creep. I like the saying, every line of code is a technical debt. I couldn't find the attribution, unfortunately, but also I have experienced agents struggling as code size grew, and provider companies are scrambling to solve these context window issues. But there might be a different challenge tomorrow. So it is important to understand fundamental development principles and being able to adapt. Back in the days, I remember optimizing C code to squeeze out the performance because hardware was the bottleneck. It was expensive. And a decade or so passed, and developer time was expensive because hardware got cheaper. So it was more important to have readable codes, and obviously different priorities with different contexts. But now we are seeing new patterns emerging, like optimizing for AI agents, context size, for example, and building tools for people to work with these different agents effectively. Things are evolving fast, so stay adaptive, apply good practices as if you are working with a coworker who you don't fully trust yet, and stay responsible. And I'll pass back to Alex. Thanks.
Thanks, John. So we're just closing up now, and just to leave a couple of minutes for questions, but we basically demonstrated the usefulness of LLMs at this point. There are some open questions, and as June said, generating code is getting cheaper, and that is likely to change essentially the way we work. And I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, John and Alex. Do we have any questions? We've got a minute or so for some to come through.
Can I ask a question? You mentioned before that when you asked it to write some code, if you ask it to write again, you get a slightly different answer. Correct? It's an LLM. That's expected. But how does that work when you're building, say, a web application where you're asking it to be consistent and it can this is what I've seen. It constantly changes it idiosyncratically every single time you're trying to keep things consistent. Just curious about what your thoughts are around that.
I can give you a quick answer. So, with things like Cursor and Claude Code, you can write the plans together, and inside you can also give it some templates around how your website is going to look like. So, in Cursor, you can even drag and drop a screenshot of what you want the website to look like, and it will update. It will generate like CSS to keep it consistent. So, as long as you are being very specific about how certain interaction should be translated into like what kind of widgets and what kind of style, as long as it is there in the plan, I think it will try to keep that in mind. But there's definitely elements of non-deterministic behavior.
Great. Thank you, John and Alex. If there's any further questions, please pop them into the chat and I'm sure they can get to them throughout the next session. So next up we have Nick Snellgrove and his team from EPI, who'll be taking us through the next session.
Brilliant. Thanks for that. You can hear me okay?
Okay, thanks very much, Mercedes. Yeah, hello again. I'm Wolfgang Hayek, HPC Resource Software Engineer at Earth Sciences New Zealand, based in Wellington, Greta Point. And I'd like to take you on a whirlwind tour of Cascade and Rapids. So that's completely different from the last two presentations. So I'm going to talk about HPCs and tape archives and so forth. And I'd also like to do a big shout out to my colleagues. We have a wonderful team here at ESNZ who's been working on this for the last 2.5, 3 years or so to design and put that computer together. And it's really nice seeing that coming to fruition. I'm also I've been around long enough at NIVA, which has recently become part of ESNZ, to see the predecessor systems, Maui and Kupim and Maruika, being set up and being in operation for the last 10 years. So we've been using these machines together with NESI. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that at first, and then I'll take you through the most important features of Cascade and Rapids and how we can get access. All right, so some of you may be familiar with these photos here, at least the upper one. Our previous systems were Maui, Kup, and Mahuika. We hosted them in Greta Point in Wellington. So the photo above there shows the systems. So that's what they looked like until very recently. We have Mahuika here on the left, so this big rack. There's also part of these racks is Maui Encil, which was a small supplementary system to our big supercomputer Maui, which is shown here on the right. And in the middle is the old IBM storage scale, also known as GPFS, also known as spectrum scale storage system, which was completely disk-based. So that's why it's so big. So for modern standards, it's quite a big system, given its capacity. And all of these systems at the time were supplied by Cray, which was still its own company at the time. So that's why these computers still have their Cray model designations there. They were based on Broadwell and Skylake chips, which were current at the time. So back in 2017, when the first system was installed. And then we had Coupe as well, that was based in Auckland. So we needed that as a disaster recovery for our forecasting operations. And Coupe was basically a small version of Maui. And the lower left is a picture of what it looks like now. So all these computers have been removed. It's now an empty space. The data center was actually built for Maui's predecessor, Fitzroy, which came in around 2009, 2010 or so, I believe. So that data center has served us well for the last 15 odd years or so. And I'm not quite sure what's going to happen with it now. At some point, it will be demolished, but not just yet. I think it will probably be used for some collections or storage or something like that, but not for our new computers. Okay, so unfortunately, I'm not such a talented artist as Alex is, and so I had to use AI to generate a little image of Cascade here on the left. So Cascade is our new HPC. We're actually using the same name for two systems. So we have that basically in two halves. One of them is hosted in a data center in Silverdale, north of Auckland, and the other one in Hobsonville, which is, I think, about 30 kilometers away from Silverdale, also north of Auckland. So we're no longer hosting this ourselves. We put these systems into commercial data centers. And the new system has AMD Genoa generation CPU. So I think a lot of HPCs these days use AMD chips for their compute. It's a pretty recent chip, so it comes with 96 cores per die. And as usual, you get two dies or sockets in one node. So we have 192 cores in one node. And then 196 of those nodes that you cite, so 320 nodes, and you do the numbers, and you get to 61,000 CPU cores that we have in total across both systems. We're also quite well equipped with RAM on these things. The standard nodes, and most of them are standard nodes, have 4 GB per core, so that makes it 768 GB per node. And we have a handful of nodes that have double the amount, so that jobs that are a bit more data heavy can run there as well without blocking out other jobs too much. We also have a few carryover GPUs, so we're a little bit light on the GPU side. So this morning we've heard of very large GPU deployments, so that's not us at the moment. So we are hosting 8 A100 GPUs, but we're looking into getting more. And finally, for those people amongst you who are very interested in technology, we're using NDR InfiniBand as the interconnect. So that's a very low latency, high bandwidth network that has been around for a very long time, the technology, and keeps on getting updated. So that's where the NDR comes from. And that is necessary to run our main application, which is the unified model. So that's probably the biggest a consumer of core hours for us. And the unified model needs a very low latency, high bandwidth network to run well. And so that's why we needed to invest in that as well. For storage, we went with a storage system that's called HPE GreenLake for file storage, also known as VAST. So that's quite an up-to-date thing. So I mentioned before that our old storage system was still largely based on spinning disk. Now the new one is all NVMe, so it's all chips. And I haven't seen these boxes myself, but apparently it's very impressive. So we have 3 petabyte of physical storage at each site, and apparently you can squeeze it all into one box. So it's a huge technological jump compared to the old one with the spinning disks. So it must be quite impressive to see that. It has a few tricks up its sleeve. So the VAST file system does automatic deduplication. So it does it blockwise. So if you store the same file twice, it will only store a reference. That's the same that cloud providers do, like S3 and so forth on AWS, or the equivalents on Google and Azure and the others. They all deduplicate so that you don't waste space on storing the same data again. And it works on a block level. So if you have a large file and you make a small change, you don't have to store the entire thing again. Only the changes get stored. And so this is where the similarity reduction comes in. It will basically do a comparison of these blocks and only store the difference and then compress that on top of it. And it works fairly well. So I had a look at our software stack. I'll come to that in a moment. So the software stack plus unified model input data that we need for our weather forecasting, uncompressed, it's about 20 terabyte. Compressed, it boils down to just about 5 terabytes, so including similarity reduction and all these things. So it works pretty well, the whole thing. Of course, if you compress the data yourself, so if you use some tool to do it yourself, then you won't get as much out of the compression because there's no magic in there, right? So it's VAST cannot then find more redundant information in there, and so you won't get quite as much benefit. For the users, you just interact with VAST through NFS, so it just looks like a standard network file system, and so it does all the dedupe and compression and so forth transparently under the hood. So it has a staging area there internally at the back end where it handles the file storage, and you don't notice anything from the user side. It also supports S3 protocol to access these files. That's something we haven't played with yet, so we're still very busy just getting the system up and running, but we will be looking at that in the future. Now for the software, so that's of course very dear to my heart. So as a software engineer, on the left you see how the software stack is put together. Unlike the old system, I'm very happy to say that we have the same operating system across the entire machine, which is really nice. So because on the old one, we had different operating systems, which made life a little bit hard in places because we had to duplicate our efforts quite a bit to keep all the different parts happy. Now it's just one operating system, and we also said goodbye to modules. So we no longer use environment modules. That's now replaced with spec. So spec is a package manager that lets you install software from source. And it's very HPC friendly. So it was built with HPC in mind for parallel applications and this kind of thing. So it does all of that really well. And Aptainer is probably a known quantity. I don't think I have to explain that much. And Conda obviously as well. So most of you will probably be very familiar with Conda. So these are the three pillars of our new software environment. And I think some users probably side a little bit of having to go through the learning curve of learning these tools, but I think the benefit is that our software environments have now become really relocatable or portable. So with Aptainer is designed for portability. There you have no problem. You just take your images along to a new system, you run it there. Conda is very portable. So you collect hashes and you can rebuild the exact same environment on another system for as long as you use the same underlying microarchitecture, at least x86 architecture or ARM or whatever you use. You can put things together very easily and you should get identical results. Spark ties into the underlying operating system quite a bit. So that's not entirely portable, but at least it's relocatable. So we have a lot of these packages sitting there as binary packages. And so you can simply say, set up the cloud with Rocky Linux, and you can deploy the environment there as well. And it will look very much like the HPC. You have to be a little bit careful with software licenses in some places. Not all software likes to be repackaged. So there are often license restrictions that don't let you do that. But for open source, obviously, you'll be fine. And another benefit, which I think makes it worthwhile to go through the learning curve of learning these new tools, is that our users can extend the software stack as they like. So all of these tools are extremely flexible. So with Spec, for example, you can extend the centrally installed software stack with your own packages, and you don't have to reinstall anything. So say compilers, you can use them from the upstream spec side, and you can just extend it as you like. And I think that's very powerful because users don't have to ask us for everything. So within reason, people are free to install anything they like on these systems. I mean, within reason meaning that please no Bitcoin mining and the likes, but any science application software is very welcome. We also switched from Slurm to PBS, so that's our new workload scheduler, and we support both Intel MPI for the MPICH derivative side and OpenMPI. So if you have an Aptainer container that has one or the other, then you should always be fine running this. And I haven't tested it myself, but apparently MPICH derivatives are compatible. So if you have an MPICH container, for example, it should in principle run with Intel MPI, but I will have to test it, of course. And then we also have the DVT debugger there. And for those of you who use Silk, we support Silk 8. So we had to say goodbye to Python 2. There's still a very minimal bare bones Python 2 on the system, but it's really only there for applications that really cannot deal with Python 3 at all. And it's very minimal. So it is, in principle, it's a Python 3 machine. I mean, Python 2 obviously has been obsolete now for the last 5 years already. Okay, a quick word about performance. So as I said before, the unified model is our most important application in terms of the amount of compute resources that are spent per application. And so on the left here, you see a nested plot of the different models that we use. So the biggest model here that fills the area is the UN Global model. We don't run that ourselves. We get that from the UK Met Office. And then we run our local area models on top of that. So the smaller box, you see that shaded here, and because it's a rotated pole grid, it looks a little bit curvy, linear, bent here. So that's the NZLAM, the NZ local area model. And then inset into that, just around New Zealand, is the NZCSM, the New Zealand convective scale model. And when you look at the cloud features and structures there, you can see how the models have better resolution that are inset there. So the structures get finer and finer. And so we use the NZCSM model, so the highest resolution, smallest model here. We use that as our forecasting benchmark, so with a 52-hour forecast. And I ran these models on the old Coupe machine when it was not used by anyone else, and found that when I ran it on 1240 cores, it took about 2 hours to do one forecast. On Cascade, and I used a few more cores because, of course, you want to fill up your nodes. You don't want to have idling cores. So I chose a node count that was reasonably close. So with 1536 cores, and I was able to run this in, thanks Mercedes, in 86 minutes, so just under an hour and a half. And so overall, Cascade does the same job basically with 15% fewer core hours. Of course, it's unsurprising. CPUs are not getting that much faster these days. You get generational uplifts, but it's not massive. And an application like the unified model spends about 30% of its time in MPI communication, and there you'll see very little of your cores because that's the network that dominates the amount of time it takes. However, as you can also see there, I only need 8 nodes on Cascade to do the same thing where I needed 31 nodes on Coupe, simply because we have so many more cores now per node. And so the number of node hours goes down dramatically, or in other words, we have a huge density in there in terms of the compute cores per node. A quick word about Rapids. So Rapids is a new tape archive. Its initial capacity is about 86 petabytes. It has SSD cache in front of it for the staging, for storing the data and recalling the data. And we also have an extended cache of 2 petabytes sitting in Silverdale. So we can use that, for example, to host frequently used data. So it behaves then pretty much like what you would find if you use S3 on the Amazon cloud. So where you have different tiers where you can store data with different accessibility. And that's also presented via NFS at the moment, but we'll soon be rolling out S3 access so that you can use the same kind of S3 access protocols as you can use in the cloud. And one big advantage of the new system is it was designed for faster recalls. So those of you who use the old system will probably painfully remember how it took sometimes a very long time to get data back out. It was good at swallowing the data, but not very good at giving it back. And the new archive should be much faster. And so when it comes to access, so we've just finished migrating our operational forecasting to the new system. So that's all up and running. And our research projects are also setting up shop there, and some of them are running already, some of them are working on it. And we're now opening up access to external users as well. So, so the University of Canterbury and the Quaker groups have already started using it, or are amongst the first users who are trialing the system. We're talking to REANs about organizing access. And if you're interested in running on Cascade, then please do talk to us. So there's the email address, hpcsupport@niba.co.nz. And so we can discuss what this could look like. And so in summary, so we're now up and running. Not everything is done yet. So there's still some services that we're looking at that need to be set up, like Jupyter, for example. That's certainly something that we want and that is not available yet, but it will come very soon. We have new software on there with Spark, Captain, and Conda, but hopefully the learning curve will be shallow enough for everyone to get up and running on the new machine in no time. And again, if you're interested in working with us, then please do let us know. And that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Wolfgang. Just had a few questions come through. Got one here from Jane saying, Wolfgang, is NFS too slow and cumbersome for this data stack?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, so NFS, I think, isn't typically used as a parallel file system for HPC. However, I've done some testing on it. So both with large block I/O, which we have with the unified model, and also with small I/O, like a compile job, and compared it to Luster on a system outside New Zealand. And so for small I/O, I see pretty much the same performance. We have had teething issues though, where you have to use features like RDMA, so with remote direct memory access. That's a feature for getting the latency down. You have to make sure that you have enough backend servers in place that you can access in parallel and so forth. So in other words, yes, you can set it up to be high performance, but you have to work on it. So it doesn't necessarily come out of the box as a high performance file system.
Perfect. We've got time for one more question here. How do you deal with dependency collisions when users load multiple SPAC applications at the same time?
So if I'm not sure if I understand the question entirely. So SPAC itself doesn't deal with collisions out of the box as far as I know. So you basically, it's up to you to make sure that you set up your environment correctly. So SPAC lets you load all sorts of things, and like environment modules, it will manipulate your environment, the environment variables in there and so forth. And if you set something up that breaks your environment, that's basically on you. So I don't think that SPAC gives you a hand in there. Environment modules do have the ability for those that create the module files to declare conflicts, but then the conflict management is only as good as it was implemented. So if someone thought of it to do that carefully, it will work, but otherwise you're also on your own. And I mean, I've shot myself in the foot many times, so both with spec and environment modules, and got something that didn't quite work and had to start again. I hope that answered your question, but please ping me on the chat otherwise.
Great, thanks, Wolfgang. So that is it for this session. We now have a break until 3:05 p.m. and then we have the last session of the afternoon. So grab a coffee for the next 10 minutes and we'll see you all back here shortly.
Hi everyone, welcome back from the break. I'm Chris and I'll be chairing this session. We have 3 lightning talks coming up and then a 30-minute break and then 2 talks to finish the day. For the lightning talks, which are 10 minutes, I think I'll try and just give you a reminder when you have 2 minutes left. And we have Alan Wu from Auckland Bioengineering Institute first. Over to you, Alan.
Great, thank you. Let me see. Can everyone see my slide? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, great, fantastic. So, hi everyone. My name is Alan Wu. I'm from the Auckland Bioengineering Institute, University of Auckland. Today, I want to talk to you about interactive maps of left organ anatomy function on the Spark portal. So let's begin. So first, what is Spark? So Spark is an NIH-funded project. It stands for Stimulating Peripheral Activity to Relieve Conditions. It's an open science initiative to advancing understanding of the autonomic and peripheral nervous system. It also provides researchers with a collaborative, fair platform to drive discovery and innovation. And here at the Auckland Bioengineering Institute, we are the MAP core. We are responsible for building interactive, modular, continually updated visualization of left organ anatomy and function. And then we have the Spark portal. So the Spark portal is the front end. It provides a unified interface to the Spark repository, tools, and services. It holds multi-species and multi-model dataset, including images, simulation models, anatomical scaffold, device design, etc. And we also to engage with the researchers and to the people looking for information, we also provide a lot of different visualization for anatomical and functional maps, 3D scaffolds, images, simulation, and etc. So next, I will do a quick demo from the live site. Yeah. So here, I hope everyone can still see this. So this is the spark.science site, the portal. This is the front page, and here you can find a lot of shortcut to many different informations. But today I want to focus more on the data sets and the interactive maps. So let's get there. So first I want to show you the data set page. Here you can see lots of different data sets, and you can use the filter to filter through a lot of them. So say if I am interested in the cardiovascular system, I can click on that. I can narrow the number of results down. And if I find something that I'm interested in, I can click on them. I can select one of them. I can go into them, go into the data set to look for more details. So here is the abstract. There's a about tab about the funding and the author, citation, even files browser. So these are all the data that the researchers have uploaded for Spark. And then there's also gallery that you can look at different visualizations. So there's scaffold, there's the map, there's segmentation and plot. But so this is the standard way to look at to find data set. But then we also have an interactive map that you can use to explore data. So now I will go to this Spark apps page. And then here we have the anatomical connectivity map. So I will just get it going. Here you go. So now it's loading a human male map. This shouldn't take too long. Here you go. So what you can see here, let me change the color back to color. Here you go. So what you can see here is a human map, a male map. And here's the legend telling you what is there. There's the pathways telling you what sort of left pathways they are. I will minimize this. And here there's a marker that with a number on it. That is the marker telling you how many data sets are associated with a specific region, anatomical location. So if I zoom in a little bit, you will get expanded into many different smaller markers. And say I'm interested in the heart. I can click on the heart, and then the sidebar will pop up and it will show you 62 data sets. And then you can go through all these different data sets. You can try to look for something that you are interested in. So say if I'm interested in a specific computational model, I can click on this data set with a simulation button. And then I can click on it, and you should open up the simulation viewer. And here you go. So the simulation pop-up, you can play around with the parameters. These are all done locally in your browser. And then what if I want to look at some images? You can open up the sidebar. You can look for a data set with images. So here you go. And then I can do the same thing for image, and you will load it up as well. And then we also have some 3D scaffold as well. So I can use a filter to level down the data set to scaffold. So once they selected, you can see it has leveled down the result to light, and there's a whole list of different scaffold. So say I want to look at a human heart scaffold, then you can do that as well. And then on the top right, there's some little bit of information about the heart and why it is there and what it's for. But then let's go back to the human male map. So for this project, we are particularly interested in the neural connections, the connectivity. So one thing that you can do is to hover over all these, and then you can have a look at the link, and have a look at what they are. But you can also click on them. The selection is a bit tricky, but here you go. You can click on them, and then you will list a bunch of different connections that you have selected. In this one, there's only one, so I can click on it, and then you will see more information here. So it will tell you the origin, and some of them have components, and some of them have destination, where it comes from and where it goes. And then I can click on the graph view, and then you can see a detailed graph on how they link to each other as well. And then hover over them, you will be able to see where they are on the map. So one thing that you can also do is if you are interested in how it compares with different species, you can open up another map. So say I have the red, I can go to, come here, open another map viewer with the red here. And then what I can do now is I can have a split screen. So now the red is here, and this one is showing simulation, but I can change that back to the human map. I will minimize the mini-map. And then what I can do now is I can filter this through. I can say now I want to look at the CNS pathways. And then you can see how it looks between different species. So this provides a very powerful way for people, for researchers to quickly compare what they're looking at. Same as before, you can, well, when you hover over this different result, you can see the highlighted part. And you can also click on them as usual and to highlight different parts on the map as well. And then if you find something that you are interested in and you want to share, you can also click on this permanent link button, and then you create a permanent link that you can share with other people. And we try to keep this alive as long as possible. At this moment, there's no time limit on how long this information will stay there for. So you can safely share this or put that into a paper. And there's many other options that you can play around with too. And then we also, thanks. And then we also have a human 3D map with a similar functionality as well. So that's the live demo, and I will talk a little bit about the codes that we write. So the front end is written in JavaScript using Vue frameworks and Element Plus UI. And each of the viewers that you see there is individually packaged, and they are all available on GitHub. So map viewer connect all these different viewers together. So the scaffold viewer that you see, the map viewers, the image viewers, they are all independently deployable as NPM packages. So you can install them in your NPM into your node project, and then you can use them. And the Spark portal itself is developed using Lux and hosted on Heroku. We also have a Python backend with Flask to serve all the information. And then we have the connectivity knowledge, all the new connectivity with extensive query APIs in PostgreSQL. And we also have dataset search index done in Algolia for fast searching and Elasticsearch for more detailed manifest information as well. And then the dataset database is hosted in this platform called Pensive from University of Pennsylvania. And because it's such a complicated website, we have quite a lot of testings for it. So we have done end-to-end testing using Cypress for the front end. And then we use Jenkins to connect to many different parts of the back-end testing as well. So that whenever something breaks, we can quickly talk to other developers about it because we collaborate with many different group of people in the US and Europe. So it's very important for us to find the issue and communicate with them as soon as possible. And then finally, we have the documentation. So if you're interested, please have a look at the documentation and have a look at the Spark website. And finally, so this is the map core team in the ABI. Some of us work on the website. Some of us work on creating the 3D maps. Some of us work on the 2D maps. And it's led by Peter Hunter, Dana, and David Dickinson. And finally, I want to thank NIH for giving us the opportunity to work on this, and all the external group that we work with to provide the information that is needed to do all these awesome works. And once again, thank you so much for having me here, and it's a pleasure to talk to you guys about this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Nice talk. And in the interest of time, I think we'll carry on to the next talk. But feel free to put questions in the chat, or that there'll be the 30-minute break coming up shortly if you want to talk to Alan there. But I'm going to hand over to Caroline Chin, who's going to do the next talk.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Awesome. Hi, everyone. I'm Caroline Chin, and I'm from Earth Sciences New Zealand, formerly known as NIWA. So, Kira Koto, today I'd like to share how marine scientists like myself use image analysis to better understand the marine world, the challenges that come with it, and how annotation has helped us tackle some of these challenges. So most of the oceans remain unexplored, about 70%. So we know very little about the seafloor communities or how they are impacted by, for example, human activities or climate change. And so at Earth Sciences, we use a towed underwater camera to collect seafloor imagery and then classify different types of species of animals that we see. But the problem is that quantifying and classifying large numbers of animals, especially in high abundances that you can see here, for example, is a really challenging task. So it's really clear that with the sheer amount of data that we extract from imagery, advanced computer techniques are really essential. But as marine scientists, the challenge is learning how to leverage these tools without having a background in computer science, whether that's coding to automate tasks or more recently applying artificial intelligence. So at Earth Sciences, we do use a few different types of image annotation tools, but we are increasingly using BIGGLE 2.0, which is a free online tool that's been developed by Biodata Mining Group based at the Bielefeld University in Germany. So I'll show you a few examples, like this one, where we can quickly and easily annotate objects using BIGGLE's built-in features. So BIGGLE has a simple, intuitive layout. It provides 6 annotation shapes, 5 of which are used for still imagery, and then all 6 of them can be used for video annotation. And then to label objects, there's a label tree, which is a hierarchical list that works really well for scientific names, where we can go from phyla all the way down to species names. And quite recently, BIGGLE also added a segmentation tool called Magic SAM, where you can just hover and click over an object, and then it automatically outlines the object for you. And so after completing annotations, BIGGLE provides a review tool called Largo, where it displays all annotations in a grid, letting you quickly scroll through and check objects without having to go through every single image again. So to modify or delete labels, you just click on the thumbnail, and then you choose a label from the label tree, click on the thumbnail again to update it. And if you leave it without updating, then that annotation can be deleted. Also, Largo lets you sort objects by feature similarity, which then speeds up the labeling, especially when you're trying to classify things down to species. And so earlier I mentioned that there's a gap in using AI applications in marine science, and BIGGLE has helped bridge that gap with a built-in deep learning tool called Maya. So Maya works in 2 stages. The first one is novelty detection, which is an unsupervised learning tool that helps you find interesting objects across a data set. And this is especially useful when you're starting a new project with no annotations. And after novelty detection, Maya returns a grid of interesting objects that is found, and the user can then refine these results by selecting what BIGGLE calls training proposals. And ideally, 100 to 200 training proposals are enough for training. Next, the users refine the bounding circles, as Maya doesn't always go around the objects perfectly. But once that's done, we can just move on to the next stage. So the second stage is object detection, which uses existing annotations or novelty detection results to find objects in the dataset. And after running object detection, Maya returns its results, and then users can classify and label objects. As in Largo, objects can also be sorted by similarity to speed up labeling, and then again, users refine the bounding circles before Maya then finalizes the annotations. So in summary, AI tools built into annotation software like Biggle make it really easy for marine scientists like me to engage with AI. They save time, reduce the pressure of keeping up with fast-moving tech, for example, and allow us to scale up our work to much larger image data sets. And also, a lot of these features would not exist if not for the feedback provided by the marine imaging community that Biggle has really taken into account. And so I'm really excited to see what future tools Biggle and other annotation software will develop to continue supporting our marine research work. So that's me. A big shout out to the Biggle team and the marine imaging community. And also thank you to Rianne for giving me the opportunity to share my research with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. So we have time for questions if anyone has any questions to ask. Okay, if nothing comes to mind immediately, feel free to pop something in the chat, and we'll move on to our next speaker, Hugh Sorby from Auckland Bioengineering Institute.
Hi there, everybody. I'm back into it. So today I'd like to talk about CellML. As you might infer from the name, I'm going to talk about how we represent models for modeling biological processes at the cellular level. So what's the core problem we're trying to solve here? Well, it's reproducibility. Researchers, or model developers in our case, publish their work in journals, which is great. We can get and read them. But the paper is often produced as a PDF. And in that PDF, we're looking for maybe some math equations that describe the model, maybe a graph, or simply a text description of a model. So it can be challenging to reproduce a model found in papers like this. And there even may be key details missing, like initial conditions or constants from the model. So trying to reproduce a model from this sort of information is incredibly difficult and often time-consuming. This leads us to models that aren't findable. You can't search for them very easily. You can't use them with your own tools, and they're very hard to work with. Models presented in this way are fundamentally unfair. So what can we do about this? Well, this is one of the things that CellML is trying to solve. At its core, it's an open XML-based exchange format for mathematical models. It's mainly for biology, it's where we use it, but it's not limited to that domain. It can be used anywhere else that DAEs are used. So the basic structure of it is based around three key concepts. All the models are built from modular components with interfaces. You can think of these as like Lego bricks. So this modularity allows for the reuse, and you can import a component from one model into another. Other aspect of it is the mathematics. The math in a model is written unambiguously in using MathML. So no more confusion with your maths, and it's just a standard representation in XML as well. And then we also have ties to metadata. This allows us to provide context to the model, so we can use RDF to answer questions like who wrote this model, what does this variable mean biologically, and what species is this model for? Speaking of context, we're now exploring how to use AI and natural language to build our models. And we're looking at using the metadata here is crucial because it's going to help us teach the AI the underlying physics and biology. So it's not just seeing a math equation with a symbol for sodium. So I just want to quickly touch on DAEs, which is typically the mathematics that we see for cell models for biological processes. They're not usually just a simple ODE, they're often more complicated DAEs. So DAEs, if you don't know about them, have two parts, essentially. The differential part, which is the part that describes how things change over time, in our case, might be something like an ion concentration. And then the algebraic part describes rules that must always be true, like conservation of mass. The key takeaway here is that the CellML structure is really general enough for any sort of system that just is described by DAEs, not limited to the biology. So that's great. We've got a standard, and that's a good foundation, but we need some way to work with it, and we need an API for that. As software engineers, we need an API. So this is what the role of libcellML is. It's a new modern C++ implementation of the CellML standard. And to make things easier, it has bindings for Python, JavaScript, and Julia. All of these are available from your standard package managers for those systems. So one of the things we did with this library is we built it from scratch, and we followed a test-driven development approach. Now this has allowed us to have 100% line and branch coverage. Now this doesn't mean we're bug-free, but it does mean that we can prevent unknown regressions from the current known behavior. This is all backed up by a robust CI pipeline using GitHub Actions across all the major platforms. We have memory checking, we do code formatting checks, we build the documentation and things of that nature. So what can you actually do with the library? Well, it has that full programmatic control, so you can create and manipulate models from the code. One of the big features of the library is the validation, where you can check your model against the specification and it will tell you exactly what's wrong if you have any errors according to the specification. And one of the other powerful features that it applies is it has a generator for generating code that you can then use to solve with solvers like CVODE. It will generate by default things in C++, but it can also generate Python code and can be adapted for other languages, but the default ones that it supports out of the box is Python and C. So one important thing just to make clear here is that libcellML is a toolkit really to prepare your model. It doesn't solve the model itself. There are other tools for that. So now we have a standard and an API. How do we make use of it? Where are we going to go from here? Well, to really make our model reproducible, we need to follow the FAIR principles. We need to be findable. Can I use a search method to easily find a model? Rich metadata will allow us to do that. It can be indexed and we can search effectively in databases like the Physiome Model Repository. The Physiome Journal provides an online home for curated models for which results can be presented from an originating paper or primary paper. And these models have been independently replicated, so that's really useful. Takes a lot of the time out of replicating and reproducing a model. So these models can also be annotated to provide really meaningful ontological-based search results that are not simple text-based messages. The accessibility, we need it to be open, an open standard, a text-based form, XML, people can understand it, will read it, and computers certainly can. You don't need any proprietary software to read it. The models stored in repositories all available through standard protocols like HTTP. Interoperable, we want to be able to use our model in different tools, so we not just stuck using a particular tool, things like OpenCore, Caparzi, things like this. And we want to use standards like MathML, so the MathML and clear unit definitions in the model really ensures that the mathematics is interpreted correctly everywhere it's used. And reusable, the component-based structure is the key here. A researcher can take a validated model of an ion channel from one CellML file, and they can import it directly into their new, say, cardiac cell model. This sort of a model Lego approach really accelerates the process of building new and more complex models from existing curated ones. So the conclusion and takeaways here is really around, we're trying to support this collaborative science and minimize time wastage. And it is highly desirable to have fair models that people can easily find and access and reproduce and reuse. So CellML itself is an exchange format. It's part of the ecosystem for creating these reproducible and reusable computational models. And I would encourage you to look at the Physiome Model Repository and the Physio Journal if you want to see some of these other, how it works in practice and be part of this reproducible revolution. Or you can try an application like OpenCore, and that will let you simulate and run CellML models. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Hugh. So we do have time for questions if anyone has a question to ask. So we have one question in the chat from Brent Martin. Thanks, Hugh. Do you have a measure of the uptake?
I didn't turn my camera on, did I? We have a website that I think is our best measure of uptake. We do Google Analytics tracking on that, and that's our best estimate of how many users use it. But if people decline to be tracked, then we don't really know. So what we really have is a minimum bound for people who engage with the library, and we see most of the interactions, of course, through the documentation that we supply on that on the website. So that's really where people do that. We see most of the interaction with us, but the numbers are typically around 30 to 40 a month. I think is what we're seeing these days. It's worldwide. We have a lot of, we clearly got a lot of users all over the world, so it's not localized to sort of New Zealand where we're based. It does have quite good coverage around like Europe and America and China.
Very good. So we're right on time. I don't know if anyone has final questions. We're about to go into a 30-minute break and coming back at 4:05 for the final two presentations. So, but now there's a chance for any more questions if anyone has them right now. Otherwise, we'll leave it there. So thanks for your talk, Hugh, and the other speakers.
Thanks.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. We're into our final two talks of the day now. So just like before, I'll put my hand up when we have 5 minutes left, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute left as well. First up, we have Brent Martin. I'll hand over to you now, Brent.
Thank you, Chris. So hi, everyone. I'm Brent Martin from the Bioeconomy Science Institute, previously Manaaki Whenua Landcare Research. So I'm going to be talking to you about our experiences with implementing a super lightweight RAG chatbot framework for researchers to play with. This talk is not about best practice for building RAG chatbots. Rather, this was a learning exercise for us that enabled us to understand how these systems work and what they can do. So this project began roughly a year ago when Nick Spencer from our data and digital team brokered a collaboration with Callaghan Innovation, and they were looking at building a case study around RAG chatbots, and so they developed something called Soil Insights. Soil Insights is a RAG chatbot that has access to archival material from the Soil Institute, and this is Soil Bureau reports and journals going back decades. So it's a pretty standard chatbot. You're going to type questions into it about soil, and it can give you answers based on those documents. So Callaghan Innovation had already built an OpenAI and Azure-based demo on how, for RAG chatbots. So they use that to build Soil Insights. So this is a simple framework that you can use to build your own chatbots. It uses the Microsoft Azure AI platform with OpenAI sitting underneath it. You can easily, based on that system, you can upload your own document set, create a new chatbot, and away you go. It has a nice interface that, as well as being able to ask questions, ask follow-up questions, etc. It also gives you a nice presentation of citations, so you can click on a citation and it will then show you the text from the original document that's relevant to that citation. The other interesting thing it does, or a couple of things, one of them is it can show you what's known, or what they call the thought process. So by clicking on an icon, you can bring up essentially the data stream from your initial query all the way through the different steps and ending with the result that was returned. And finally, it also has customizable settings that if you know what you're doing, you can customize the way that it accesses information and returns the result. So everything up until those last two things, the thought process and the customizable settings, looks like a finished product. Those last two things essentially are more for developers and give us an idea that maybe we need to know a little bit about what we're doing before we get the most out of a tool like this. So we were interested in how it works and what the implications were. There isn't a lot of information about how it works because it's a mostly proprietary system. So we've got a diagram here showing you the general architecture, user interface, some kind of orchestration, pretty typical RAG setup that when you type in your question, first of all, it goes off to some sort of search. So that's the Azure AI search. That's going to somehow search your documents, come back with chunks of documents that are relevant to answering your question. Put that together with your query into some kind of prompt, send that off to OpenAI, and that's going to generate the result. Well, that's all well and good, but the moment we started playing with it, we had quite a lot of questions. First of all, how does it really work? Where is the secret sauce? So which parts of this solution are what gives it its basically its processing power? What if I don't want to use Microsoft or OpenAI, but I'd rather use another model? How would that impact things? What is it going to cost me to run it, to both to upload my documents and then to have it hosted? Can I run it locally if I want to, if I want more control over my data? And most importantly, why does it break? And what I mean by that is that every now and then you will give it a question which you know it knows the answer to, and the answer you'll get back is, I'm sorry, but I have no information on that. Or even worse is there would be a document upload overnight and suddenly everything is giving you an answer of, I don't know, sorry. So we needed to go deeper to understand exactly what's going on here. So first of all those settings immediately raise a flag that we probably need a bit more information. So most of them, we played around with and were able to work out pretty quickly what they do, just intuitively. For example, if you raise the temperature, you get more creative solutions. If you lower the temperature, you get less creative ones and so forth. But some of them were slightly troubling. One of them is the minimum search score. So we won't get chunks back from our document library unless they have a search score that's greater than our minimum. And what we quickly found is, depending on what the other settings are, that minimum search score requirement can change. So this is one of the reasons why you could have it working perfectly well and then suddenly find it's giving you no answers. And that's because your minimum search score is now too high. And the other one was there were a couple of things in there that when we first started using it, we didn't actually understand. What are semantic re-rankers and semantic captions? Clearly, we need to know more about how these systems work. So out of that, we've pretty quickly got together the bunch of key concepts that are required to understand these systems and be able to work with them effectively. I'm not going to go through all of those things there. Most of them, hopefully, people already know about. But the last two I will. So the semantic re-ranking and the semantic captions, which are those two things that we could turn on or off in the Calhoun Innovation solution. So semantic re-ranking is where the RAG has gone and got some document chunks that it's going to pass on to the LLM, and those will have come back with a score based on similarity to your query. But what re-ranking does is it then passes all of that to a more complex model that is going to decide what is the actual relevance of each of those chunks. So that is itself a large language model. It's a two-step process where it first of all summarizes each of those document chunks into a concise summary, and then it basically reasons about the relevance of that concise summary to your query. And on the basis of that, it may reorder the results and throw some of them out and so on. The semantic captions is that summary that it produces. And a key thing about those is if you turn on that option to say, I want to use semantic captions, then instead of sending the original text off to the LLM, it sends those summaries. And that can have some implications, which we'll see shortly. So on the basis of all of that, we now had a picture that we could put together of what that thought process was that the system was doing. And now we know what, if we were going to build one, we know what we need to build. So under the hood, a RAG system is not just a simple do a query, get a response. There's actually quite a large number of steps. So the general process is it's going to optionally generate a prompt, which means it's going to take the question you asked and turn it into one that's more suitable for doing semantic search. It's then going to encode that into what's called an embedding, which is something that it has also done with chunks of all your documents in your library, so that it can now do a semantic search by simply comparing those embeddings and seeing how similar they are. It also does a full text search for, so if you've got terms such as names and so forth, that will return more document pieces. Those pieces of document that have been returned all then get put together. They get optionally re-ranked if you have a re-ranker selected. All of that is then going to get composed along with your original question into a prompt that goes off to the LLM. The LLM then uses that to generate an answer. And finally, if you are using it in a chat setup, so where you want to be able to ask further questions, then it updates a history of the chat, and the history is also appended to the prompt when it sends prompts off to the LLM. So based on all of that, we decided that the best way we could understand what all these different pieces do and what the different parameters do and so on was to build one ourselves. So we built a very, very lightweight RAG LLM framework using entirely open source libraries and dependencies. Now, there wasn't a huge amount of thought that went into this, apart from the fact that we wanted it all to be free and we wanted it to be close to the metal. So we used the Olama system. So Olama itself for running the LLM on our local machine, Olama Python, which is just a nice low-level library for interacting with Olama, ChromaDB, which is a database that can do that, encoding your documents into embeddings and then doing semantic search. And because all our documents were PDFs, we used PyPDF to read the PDFs. Now, that's a very, very low level approach, and we could have used something, a higher level framework such as Llama Index, and there's lots of these out there. So Llama Index adds on top an end-to-end framework for building RAGs, and it has a slightly different approach that by default, it essentially orchestrates APIs out to the actual LLMs themselves and other services. Now, if we'd done that, we could have included semantic re-ranking because that's built into Llama Index. But at the time that we built a Llama RAG, you could only run re-rankers like that by using these APIs to the cloud, and all the ones we found wanted money for us to do that. So that broke our requirement for everything to be free. But also, by going to that extra level up, we were just one step removed from the raw processes. So we felt for our learning purposes, we would stick with just a Llama Python. So I'm not going to show you much code, just this one screen, just to get an idea of what it looks like using a Llama Python. It's very simple. So sort of in the middle of the screen there, we can see a call to a Llama generate. And that's a call telling the LLM to generate a response. And in this case, it's actually generating the prompt, not generating the result. And so we've got here a prompt template, which is basically telling it what it wants to do, which is to take the query that the user provided and then generate a search query for that. And then that goes off to a Llama, and that comes back with a result. The actual code is for a Llama RAG is not very big, and pretty simple code like this. So what a Llama RAG is, it's a very simple system. It has a no-frills chat interface. So it loads up your documents that have been indexed, and then you can ask questions. And that's just by typing it in into a prompt, command line prompt. And then we can see, for example, here we've asked a question, who has worked on Templeton soils? And a Llama RAG has given us an answer based on our document set. As well as being simple, the other thing about a Llama RAG is because it's our own system and we put it together, we can use it to get sort of as much transparency we want about what it's doing under the hood. So in the example here, I've done a query and I've turned on some debug stuff. So now it's showing me when it does a full text search, what was the importance of each of the terms in my search. It's showing me this is the set of document chunks that it's returned, that it's going to give to the LLM, and then at the bottom it's outputting, this is the actual prompt I'm going to pass to the LLM. And of course, we can get it to output lots of other things as well. So what did we learn from this? Well, the simplest way to find out how the system compares to the more powerful ones such as ChatGPT was just to run it against Soil Insights. So we asked a few questions of both systems and compared the results. And this was quite revealing. So here, first of all, we've got a question. When was the Soil Bureau's Taita campus officially opened? So Soil Insights, that's the ChatGPT version, gives us a very concise answer, very factually says, well, it was opened with the Taylor building being inaugurated, blah, 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 in May 1963. Alarma-RAG, on the other hand, is a bit more equivocal about it. And the key point is the first one that's in green, where it says the text does not explicitly state when the Soil Bureau's Taita campus was officially opened. So Soil Insights has actually inferred that from the documents. It then goes on to give us some other information and says that basically suggests that it was sometime before 1962. So it's applying some reasoning here, but it's not jumping to any conclusion. The key point here is that there is nothing in the documentation to suggest that the Taylor building being inaugurated was the official opening. That is something that the ChatGPT has jumped to that conclusion. And we can't really say whether that's right or wrong. It's not supported by the documents. Secondly, here's another question. So now we're asking it, all we've given it as the question is the person's name, Ian Lynn, which is one of my colleagues from Manaaki Whenua. And so Alarma-RAG says, well, according to such and such a document, there was some meeting and there was a Mr. I.H. Lynn there and he's associated with blah, blah, blah. So interestingly, Alarma-RAG has decided that Ian Lynn and I.H. Lynn are the same person, which is actually correct. But it has incorrectly attributed this knowledge to the Soil Bureau Record 103, which is false. And this is a common thing you see with LLMs where they can connect data together incorrectly and give you answers that are actually not quite right. Soil Insights, on the other hand, said, well, actually, I don't have any information about Ian Lynn in the sources, suggesting it couldn't make the connection. On the other hand, we then gave it a supplementary question to try to make it a bit easier. So we just asked it for information on I.H. Lynn. Alarma-RAG gave us a similar answer to before, but now it's filled out some more information, I guess because it's more certain about that it's the right person. Soil Insights, though, is still telling us it doesn't have any information, which we just know is incorrect because there it is and it's in the data. So to summarize what we learned by comparing the two, first of all, that surprisingly, there was actually no clear winner. And we had expected the ChatGPT version to be the winner because it has, a way more horsepower. Secondly, deciding whether an answer was right is actually not trivial, and especially when the systems infer answers in this way. So our domain expert, Thomas Kaspari, has had to go through all of the answers and point out which ones are right and wrong. Soil Insights, so that's the ChatGPT version, on the whole generally produces what look like superior results, but it does have this tendency to overreach and jump to conclusions. And I would argue that Alarma-RAG, because it's a bit more conservative, is kind of more honest. What it's giving you is a bit more reliable. Both systems have interesting weaknesses. They both struggle to connect the dots when the answer requires some additional reasoning. Both of them give highly variable answers if you don't set a seed. So if you set a seed, you can set a seed to say, I want you to use the same random seed each time, but it doesn't lock down everything. So you don't get exactly the same answer, but you often get the same answer. But there's a question mark over whether that's a good idea anyway, because if there are 10 possible answers and you lock down a seed that says always give me the same one, then you're not really seeing how well the system is performing. And both systems are extremely sensitive to their parameters. So you can break them unexpectedly by doing things that you didn't think would have much of an effect, mainly because the parameters are interdependent. Another common problem between the two of them is we wondered about the sort of consequences of the quality of our data. So the data in this particular case is PDFs that are scans of print journals, which, as I said, go back all the way to like 1940, 1950. And so therefore, there's quite a lot of potential for the OCRing to go wrong. The example on the left there is about as bad as it gets. That may have been picked up out of an image, for example, or a diagram. But the one on the right gives us quite common problems that we have. One of those is simply because the documents get broken into chunks in a very sort of non-intelligent way, and so words can get broken halfway through, and when we put things back together, you can get strange concatenations and things like that. So there's a question mark around whether we should go to much effort to fix this. On the one hand, if we use semantic captioning, that probably fixes it because the semantic captions themselves are written by an LLM, so they should be high quality. But alternatively, we could put a lot of effort in either programmatically or manually to clean everything up, possibly even structure the chunks, so put metadata around them. Things like this might give us a better result. Now, we could do all of that, but in actual fact, the game's already shifted beyond that with more recent systems using knowledge graphs. So the idea here is that when you index your documents, you don't just generate a whole lot of document text chunks, but you also parse it for entities and relationships between entities. And funnily enough, as is so common these days, if you want to do that, given that it's a language-based problem, the easiest way to do it is to use another LLM. So you can easily prompt some of the larger LLMs to give you entities and relationships between entities. And then out of that, you can build one of these graphs. And so then when you've done your original document search, you can then ask for related document chunks that are related based on concepts. And then you can also re-rank based on that and put related pieces together so that what you give the LLM is much, much more coherent. So the people in the paper with the two diagrams come from found that when they did this, they got a massive improvement in the response from their LLM. So that would be something worth looking into. So to conclude, the Callaghan Institute prototype was a really excellent springboard. We're very, very grateful to the folk at Callaghan Innovation for building that. But building an LLM RAG from scratch was also an extremely useful learning tool. It really cemented in the concepts of how these things work and allows us to rapidly experiment and understand how things work. We very clearly need to have some sort of objective comparative evaluation so that we can understand when things are getting better or worse. And Nick Spencer and Thomas Gaspari and others in the data and digital team are actively working on that. It is, of course, a fast-moving field. Everything I've told you is pretty much more or less out of date. So we need to keep going back and researching what the latest techniques are. But it's very, very exciting potential around this, around our RAG LLM for knowledge discovery and retrieval, particularly for big organizations like ours that have massive amounts of archived documents that would otherwise be inaccessible. So I would encourage people to get your hands dirty and have a play and see where this could take you in your organization. Thank you.
Thanks, Brent. And we do have time for a question if anyone wants to ask a question now. I could ask a quick question. So what sort of infrastructure do you run this on when you're running it locally? Does it require GPUs or special infrastructure?
So this is running on GPU. I actually developed it and run it on the laptop that's running this presentation. So one of the things these days, of course, is more high-end computers, even reasonably high-end laptops, generally have good enough GPU to run these sorts of things. Having said that, we used Llama 3.2, 3 billion parameter model, which is only a small model. I did have some fun putting in one of their bigger models, which could also do stuff with imagery and so forth, and that slowed to a crawl on this machine where it would require greater infrastructure.
Okay, thanks, Brent. So let's move on to the next talk now, which will be Christoph Müller. I'll hand over to you, Christoph.
Hi, yeah. Hi, my name is Christoph Müller. I work at Earth Sciences New Zealand, and I still share my screen, I believe. Can you all see this? Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Thanks for having me. I'm going to take you on a journey of mine hunting for submarine mass movement signals in ocean bottom seismometer data. And I will talk to you about the machine learning platform or system that we've built to do that. Okay, so ocean bottom seismometers are just seismometers that sit on the ocean floor, and they're usually used to record earthquake signals, but it turns out they also record other types of signals, marine mammals, ships, and amongst others, also suffering landslides or stability currents. Using those systems for that purpose is quite novel, and recording submarine landslides and actually identifying the signals and those seismometers is not a common thing and not easy to do. So we're also interested in fingerprinting and unsupervised classification of other signals. As I just said, marine wildlife, for example. And what we've built is an API or ecosystem that is containerized, and I will show you in detail what that looks like. And the main machine learning methodology that we're currently using is autoencoder net model. So the data set that I had to do this is from a study from 2014. There were 25 ocean bottom seismometers deployed offshore Hawke's Bay in New Zealand, and the systems were deployed for 1.5 years. There's quite a long time series, and 25 ocean bottom seismometers with 3-component seismic sensors plus hydrophones. It's quite a significant amount of time series data. You can see here an example of the raw data and what it looks like, just to illustrate. So it's a time series data set actually. So from a publication by Hervé et al., I'm just showing here a spectrogram also from 1 month of recording of a marine soundscape in Pearl Canyon, and you can see that there's a large diversity of signals that have been recorded. The frequency range here is from 5 to 2000 hertz. Ocean bottom seismometers, the ones that we had only sampled to frequencies of 100 hertz. So you miss some of this other environment. Submarine landslides on acoustic sensors are a little rare. And here's just an example from Hawaii, the Hugo hydrophone system. So spectrograms on the right, where you can see what this would look like. It's typically described as a low frequency rumble, and that's where the project has its name from, which is accompanied by a longer lasting twist. So that here. It's just an example to show you what we are doing. You're probably all familiar with autoencoders and UNets. If you're not, this is just a really quick slide to briefly explain what they do. So very well-known example is the use of autoencoders to reconstruct signals or classify handwritten numbers. So this is the so-called MNIST data set. And in our case, let's call those the features that go in as the original signal. Then there's an encoder part which compresses the signal into what's called the latent space. And then the decoder tries to reconstruct from that reduced set of information, and by iteratively improving over many, many examples, we improve the reconstruction and the training runs by minimizing the reconstruction error. But what also happens is that in this latent space, we can visualize it's one-dimensional, where we can visualize it in 2 dimensions. We see that clustering happens, and if we automatically we use algorithms to identify those clusters, then we can perform unsupervised classification, which tells us not what we're looking at, but it tells us that we're looking at a different type of signal in each case. I just have a small image of a unit autoencoder, which is basically the same thing, which has a U shape, and there are skip connections. So just moving on, what we do, we don't use the original time series as such, because there's way too much detail in the time series, so too much dimensionality. What we do is we calculate so-called features, and we've tried many different types, and the system is still calculating those. So there's, for example, the average seismic amplitude over time, or the central frequency. What I have found works really well for what we're trying to do here are wavelet transform coefficients and the standard deviation thereof, and the mean square amplitude. We also have 2D features like sonograms or spectrograms and so forth. So the system allows us to calculate all of these, and there are also libraries to do that. Yeah, which allows us to try different combinations of those, and also to see if we can use different models. We've tried a few different architectures for the machine learning models. For example, a simple tide autoencoder, where the parameters of the encoder and the decoder are the same, so they're basically mirrored. But what I found was working quite well here was this deep convolutional variation of the unit autoencoder. It's something that we want to still explore, and is currently work in progress, is the use of the wavelet scattering transform. This is not really a machine learning technique, but it is very good at identifying different levels of signals, classifying, different levels of details of signal and identifying those. So classification of any kind of acoustic data in a wild environment is a cocktail party problem. And here you can see in this sort of it's a cartoon version of a spectrogram. Obviously, the earthquakes at lower frequencies. There's some whales here and a few ships, and the autoencoder would identify classes for those. But when the signals happen at this or overlap, because there's a ship and a whale and an earthquake happening at the same time, then there is difficulty, and we can do this by assigning probabilities to the different classes. This is just giving you an overview of our architecture. So the data is in a format that's called mini-seed, that any user can provide to the system. We then pre-process by NLP feature calculation. Those features are then stored in NZRSE HZ5 files. These can be retrieved directly from to an API call, but we can also run the training and the classification through API calls, and the features that result from that the classifications that are resulting from that are then stored as clusters, a time series of clusters, HZ5 format. The centerpiece of the whole system is a Grafana dashboard, which can visualize all that data, and also we're currently working on controlling the training and classification directly from the dashboard, so the user only has to focus on this dashboard when they're using the application. Everything is containerized, so we're aiming to just double compose up and editing and configuration file that, so that other researchers can sift through their data directly. The motivation for having a system like that is basically that if you if you have a large time series recording, in particular that lasts for a year or longer, then it's quite hard to find signals like landslide signals, which are quite rare. So what you want is a system that allows you to interactively data mine, but also be guided by a classification. So here you see the dashboard, the map has an audio player which converts the original signal into an audio signal. There's other information that comes into the dashboard which helps put things into context. If you zoom to a certain level of detail, you will be presented with the original time series and 2D features, which are then calculated online. I've said this, but this is the display of the classification with a color code. The color code doesn't tell you what we're looking at, it just tells you that we're looking at a different category. This is not yet implemented in the system, but my co-author, Yannick Beer, has created this for a different type of application. This is basically also a display fauna where you look directly at the view map of the latent space, and it has the massive advantage that you can give a really nice overview of the cluster distribution in the latent space and color code by the timeline. So you can have large time frames just visible in one simple display. And when you click on each of these dots, then you get the time series window that belongs to this point and see what kind of signal we're dealing with. So we want to integrate that going forward. I would now like to give you a few examples of what we found in the data set. And I hope you can hear the audio. So this is a spectrogram, high resolution spectrogram of ship passing. What you see here are the features, the coefficients, and the mean square amplitude, so that you see how they're distinguishing between the different sort of frequency components, and that's the original seismic signal. What is quite interesting here is that we probably didn't even pick this up by just visually expecting them. So play that, and I'm gonna thumb up if you can hear that. Okay, that's good. So this is sped up by a factor of 10. And I've just identified this as a shift because there's a bit of a shift in the spectrum. Going to the next example. So this deployment was accompanied by a seismic survey with an active seismic survey with an air gun. And what is typically done with air guns to protect marine wildlife is to start the air gun at a low pressure and then increase the pressure over time. So this is what we can do. That's also spelled out by factor of 10. I hope you can see this. There was an update requested. So, and this is an example of a whale song that we found in the signal. This is showing really nicely how the RMS picks up the earthquake that's happening at the same time. There it is, and the wavelet coefficients are picking up the whale song. And again, if you just look at the time series, then this might not be so bad, but that's actually going on at this point. And yeah, just to show you that these are actually whales. This is just again from the publication I showed earlier. That's a sperm whale, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, the spectrogram signatures look very, very similar. This is an example where I believe that that might actually be mass wasting. In this case, we assume it's a turbidity current unfolding and taking the ocean bottom seismometer. Yeah, thanks. I've seen this. So that was an earthquake first. This is very likely just a whole bunch of yeah, mixture of particles just rushing past the seismometer or reading close by. And we can also see how that's been done by the features. Yeah, and then there's another example where I'm not too certain what that actually is. It could be a small earthquake swarm, but the signal has been going on for hours in that particular place. And then, here it's quite obvious on the seismic signal as well. So these are stronger signals about the noise. But theoretically, it could also be, yeah, a mass wasting event. Okay, I just come to my conclusions now. There's a vast amount of underwater time series data to be explored internationally. Ocean bottom seismometer archives are available in abundance, and the system has already been very popular with my colleagues who are all kind of keen to go through their data and see what they can find. You could use a student to do this, but I always say students also have feelings, so I think you should be using machines and work for that. Using the simple derived features that we're looking at here are already a good start. But I would say that I've seen some examples how the wavefront scattering transform that a library called ScatSizeNet is doing a really good job in identifying or classifying different types of seismic signals. So we're thinking about using the same approach for this particular problem here. And there's still the question around how to solve the cocktail party problem. Yeah, and that's all for future research. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I guess we have hopefully a few minutes for questions.
Yeah, thanks, Christoph. We do have time for questions. So feel free to pop questions in the chat or unmute if you have a question to ask. We do have one from Alex Pletzer in the chat. He says, thanks, Christoph. Do you think it is possible to identify a specific whale from its acoustic signature?
Yeah, I think that's definitely possible, and that's something that is actually being done. The advantage with marine mammals is that there are already large databases of examples, so you could even use supervised learning for doing this. It's just that those signals or collections are typically from hydrophones, so they have a much higher frequency span.
Any more questions before we finish the day? Okay, thanks, Christoph. Should I hand over to you, Mercedes?
Yeah, I was just going to say that is it for today. So thank you so much for all the presenters. I know today's been quite a chunky day, so really appreciate everybody turning up, especially at this late on a Tuesday now. So we will be back again tomorrow at 9 a.m. for another day of talks and presentations. So we'll see you all then. Thank you so much.